1 second. Good day, guys. Good day to you all. Welcome back to the Formula Sports channel. Thanks for being here. We have much to get to. We have much to discuss. Right? Much to get to and much to discuss, right? You know, we have to talk about that performance that would have taken place just yesterday. Right? You see it on your screen there. Jamaica 0, the U.S.A 2. Right? Very disappointing performance from the Reggae Boys. I mean, some expected it. You know, some were surprised by it. I mean, I think, to be fair, I think most were disappointed but not surprised. Right? It was a very hard watch. I'll tell you that much. I will tell you that much. It was a very hard watch. Very, very hard watch. Right? In the second half, it's like things started to fall apart. It's like things started to fall apart. Right? Things started to fall apart in the second half for multiple reasons. For multiple reasons. Nightmare JFF Duppy story. Roderick, big up yourself, boss. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we need to talk, we need to dissect. You know, there's just so many things that happened yesterday. So many things that happened yesterday. You know, I mean, I will tell you this much, man. We were doing the watch along last night and we were watching it, and in the second half, man, it just became a very hard watch. It just became a very, very hard watch. A very hard watch. A very, very, very hard watch. Honestly, man. I'm going to drop the link because, you know, as always, we drop the link for you guys to come on. Or we can talk some ball. Yeah, man. Very painful, man. Very, very, very painful. Smash the like button as you guys jump on, guys. Yes, it was indeed very painful. Very, very painful, right? We hear that we lost our discipline in the second half, according to the head coach. We lost our discipline. You know, I will say this much. The head coach needs to stop throwing the players under the bus. I'm going to say that right now. The head coach needs to stop throwing the players under the bus. The problem isn't the players. The problem is you, boss. The problem isn't the players. The problem is you. Seeing big and serious. Please stop throwing the players under the bus, because what that does, that only decreases the morale of the team. Or the morale, rather, I think is how you pronounce it. Right? That, you know, they can't feel good about that when they hear a coach criticizing them. Right? And they know within their hearts that it's not they are not the main reason, they are not the main fault. Right? I mean, the whole thing was just all over the place. We cannot progress the ball, we cannot keep the ball, we cannot progress the ball. Wrong tactics, wrong personnel. Right? It's just a number of problems. Congo Heights, we can play better with the squad we got, of course. Congo, everybody know that. Everybody knows that we can play better. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Of course, we can play better with the squad that we have. That's facts. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. I mean, honestly, man, as I said, it was just a hard watch. It just became a hard watch. After a while, we were just all over the place. We were just all over the place. It just became a hard watch, man, honestly. Honestly. It just became a hard watch. Very disappointing. I put in the comment section. Not in the comment section, rather, for the title of the video, you guys saw what I have posted with the title of the video. Right? The JFF needs to do the right thing. I've spoken about this already, How long is the JFF going to continue to let this happen? How long are they going to continue to allow Theodore Tapper Whitmore to continue to dig us a hole? This is a golden generation of reggae boys. A golden generation of reggae boys. A golden generation of reggae boys. Right? A golden generation of reggae boys is being wasted. When is this going to stop? When is the JFF going to say to themselves, we still have a chance to qualify for the FIFA World Cup, but luckily for us, a number of draws have been taking place in CONCACAF. That simply means that the other teams are not getting away. Right now, some of them have. Right, but the other teams have not fully gotten away. Third place, if I'm not mistaken, has not gotten away. Right? We were very fortunate to have El Salvador beat Panama. Look how if people say El Salvador is arguably the worst team in the octagonal round, right? But El Salvador beat Panama, and Panama wiped the floor with us. What is going to take place when we play at El Salvador? Right, an organized El Salvador team. An El Salvador team that has patterns of play, patterns of movement. They have a system, right, of play, right, organized. And they have runners. That El Salvador team, if nothing they will do for the entire 90 minutes, if nothing else they will do, one thing they will do for sure is they will run. Right? They will run. Right? And when you combine, it's not like a Costa Rica that doesn't have the mobility. Right now, every team in the octagonal looks far superior to us, Every team, even Costa Rica looks superior to us. Even Costa Rica. Garvin, styles makes fights. Yes, that is true. Okay, we have just given you an idea as to the El Salvadorian style. What is our style? Tell me, Garvin. Garvin, what is the Jamaican style? What is our style that will make us, that will help us or facilitate us having a competitive fight, as you would like to call it, against El Salvador? Boss, let me tell you something. Garvin, if we play El Salvador right now, man, we're dead. Right now with Theodore Tapper Whitmore in charge, man, I tell you. Because if we couldn't even beat or even, yes, we were slightly the better team in terms of chances created, and we did create better chances, right? against Costa Rica. But if we couldn't put up we only had about 42% of the possession against Costa Rica, if memory serves me right, It was in the low 40s, we're almost at 38% of the possession. It was in the low 40s. If we cannot put up a better performance even against a Costa Rica, how are we going to, when you add the mobility of an El Salvador and the fact that they keep on running, they just keep on running. They just keep on running. How are we going to compete with that? I'm telling you, Garvin, right now, if we play El Salvador will beat us. Mega be real with the boss. And El Salvador was supposed to be arguably the worst team in the round. I'm here to tell you, boss, right now, if we play El Salvador will beat us. Now ask Amanda. I tell Amanda that. Honestly, Garvin. We're in serious trouble if we don't get rid of the current head coach right now. We're in serious trouble. Serious trouble. Right? I watched El Salvador versus the U.S. Right? And El Salvador made that game a very competitive game. They drew with the U.S., albeit it was in El Salvador. But they drew with the U.S. and it was a very competitive game. And yes, it was the first game for the U.S. in the octagonal round. Right? But they were very competitive. See, yesterday they beat Panama again. We in serious trouble. RBs, big up boss, and thanks for the super chat, man. It's much appreciated. Right? Big up Formula. The football style we play is amateur at best. To be honest, a change must happen now. You guys saw me on I Am Sure Sports. Big up Manningsman and I Am Sure Sports, right? I was just on I Am Sure Sports a while ago, right? And we were talking to Craig Butler. And I asked him a question, right, about what Theodore Tapper-Whitmore said about Tyreek McGee, right? One, to stop the team from going long. We Tyreek McGee has to demand the football. And also to get Tyreek McGee involved in the game, he has to demand the football. Right? And I put that question to Craig. What does that indicate to you? And he said, there's no system. I said it to you guys on my live previously, that everybody are run up and down and talk about him this Ravel and him this UK born players. The most troubling thing for me in that Tapper interview on Sportsmax was when he said that about getting Tyreek McGee, to prevent the team from going long, getting Tyreek McGee to demand the football, and also, for Tyreek to be involved in the game, he needs to demand the football. Clearly, Theodore Tapper-Whitmore, and I'm saying this to make a bigger point. Clearly, Theodore Tapper-Whitmore sees Tyreek McGee as an important piece to the puzzle. Clearly, he sees him as the important piece to the puzzle, the key to unlocking the Costa Ricans in that particular game. Right? There are no patterns of play or patterns of movement designed specifically to get this player, Tyreek McGee, one, involved in the game, and two, in dangerous positions to pose a threat. Those dangerous positions are determined by either the player's strengths, as you see them as the head coach, or they are determined by the opposition's weaknesses. When you are telling a Tyreek McGee to demand the football, what you are telling Tyreek McGee to do is to improvise. You are telling Tyreek McGee to improvise. That is what you are telling him. That is what you are telling Tyreek McGee to do. That is just unacceptable at this level. So the mere fact that you see Tyreek McGee as the key to unlocking this game and you are telling him to improvise, if he's the key to unlocking the game, if he is an important piece to the puzzle in this football game and you are telling him to improvise, the main aspect of our build-up is being improvised. It is being improvised. So if that is the main aspect of our build-up and it is being improvised, what is actually planned out on that football pitch? What are the respective roles and the respective functions of the respective players? I'm telling you already, you know. And honestly, after that, I've been saying for a while that I think Tapa has a system. I just think the system is highly deficient. I have been saying that. But honestly, after that interview with him on Sportsmax, I'm wondering if he has a system in here at all. Because what I was saying, a system comprises of a formation, a starting formation. It comprises of patterns of play, patterns of movement, a style of play, right? It comprises of tactics, it comprises of roles and functions, etc., etc. Patterns of play, patterns of movement, you get the drift. Now, because my thing is, every time a team goes out onto the pitch, there is a system. So follow me. I am not saying that Theodore Tapa Whitmore has a system that he implements game to game. He does not have a consistent system. But what I was saying was that Coach Whitmore, every time he goes, he puts a team out on the pitch, there is a system. Why? Because every time a coach puts a team onto the pitch, there must be a formation, must be style of play, must be patterns of play, must be patterns of movement, must be tactics, must be roles and functions, etc. My whole argument was that in some of those areas, we were lacking. So my thing is, there is a system, but the system is highly deficient. Because in some of those areas, I'm saying to myself, there's not nearly enough patterns of play and there are not nearly enough patterns of movement. So there might be patterns of play, there might be patterns of movement, but they are not nearly enough, right? To properly, for the team to be playing properly and for the team to be effective on the football pitch. But honestly, after hearing that interview with Theodore Tapa Whitmore, I am wondering if there is a system any at all when he puts the players onto the pitch. Because if the most important aspect of your build-up play is improvised, clearly there are no patterns of play. If you do not have a pattern of play designed specifically to get Tyreek McGee, 1, involved and 2, effective, what patterns of play do you have if you don't have a pattern of play to involve and get Tyreek McGee in dangerous positions? So that means there are no patterns of play, no patterns of movement. The team is too static off the ball. In terms of when we are in possession of the football, you see that there, as a matter of fact, there are little to no movement around the player who is on the ball. Because players are not sure what the hell to do. They don't know what to do. By the way, guys, smash the like button. Run up the likes, guys. It's a free and easy way to support the channel, guys. Theo, big up, big up. So they are not, let me go through some of the comments. Yeah, man, Theo, big up. So they are not near. So when I'm looking at the team play and players, our players, where our team is in possession of the football, right? And our players have possession of the football. I don't see when I watch the Americans, I see the respective patterns of movement when they are in possession. I don't see that with us. And that's and so I have to ask the question: do we indeed we really and truly have a system? Then we really when Mr. Theodore Tapper Whitmore go up on Sportsmax and say Tyreek McGee needs to demand the football. That is his way to prevent the team from going long, and two, that is your way to involve McGee. What kind of madness that? You are improvising the most important aspect of your build-up play. That means that the whole build-up play is being improvised then. That's a reasonable conclusion to arrive at. Boss, at this level, we cannot be improvising build-up play. That is madness. That is mad. No wonder the team is going out there and looking clueless. No wonder the team is out there looking clueless. The team is out there looking clueless, and they're looking clueless for a reason. They don't know what to do because they don't have, there are no roles, there are no functions in terms of, there are no patterns of play, no patterns of movement as well. So players know that when X get the ball, they're supposed to make this run, they're supposed to make that run. They're supposed to make this movement, they're supposed to make that movement. They're supposed to make this pass, they're supposed to make that pass. People, we cannot be improvising build-up play against the best in CONCACAF and expect to qualify to Qatar. That is madness. And that is my thing. What I am saying is that the JFF needs to drop the axe right now. How big of a hole will the JFF allow Tapper to dig us in before the JFF realizes that Tapper will not get us to Qatar? He will not, because what is taking place, while I do believe that on paper we are at the very least the third best team in CONCACAF, right? What is taking place is that Mexico and U.S. are superior to us on paper, right? Canada, Panama, El Salvador, etc., Honduras, while I do believe that they are inferior man for man, they are not that inferior to us. They are just like a little bit inferior to us. They're not all that much inferior to us for us to be going out there and using ability of players alone to win these games. And then when you combine that with the fact that these teams, they have a system, they have patterns of play, they have patterns of movement, they have respective roles and functions. When one player get the ball, they know the pass that they're supposed to make, they know the run that they're supposed to be making. These teams are very well organized. They are well-oiled machines. That's why so many draws are taking place in CONCACAF. The games are tight. The games are tight. Even the top dogs like U.S.A. and Mexico are not running away with games. These teams are good enough to compete based on ability, and they are well-organized and well-oiled machines. Yesterday when I saw us get possession of the football, guys, you know what I saw? You know what I saw? You know what I saw? I saw a team that looked clueless. I saw a team that did not know what to do when we got possession of the football. I saw a team that was not playing to instructions. It all made sense when Tapa did his interview and said that his instructions to Maggie was to demand the football. It all made sense. The players are going out onto the pitch and they are improvising build-up play. And that cannot cut it at this level. Not against these coaches in CONCACAF. Let me bring in the comment section. Let me read Eagle Republic question. Concern. Speed said the reason for Topi's inclusion was because Richard King did not have a US visa. With Lowe out, does that mean King replace Lowe on Sunday? I mean, common sense would say that. What I'm more worried about is who will be our starting centre-back. I mean, Lord have mercy, this thing just gets from bad to worse. Right? So that begs the question now, Eagle Republic, why we didn't draft in a tilt? Who else? There's another centre-back overseas that can play for us right now. I don't remember his name off the top of my head. Right? You're going to tell me that the likes of Topi is better than Tilt? Come on, man. And you can't use the excuse of Topi being a core player or Topi being around the national team for a long time. Well, again, I forgot the JFF has serious financial problems. I forgot. My bad. My bad. Even if they try to play off the strikers as a plan, they are isolated from everybody else. Oh, God. Roderick Sharp says, that being said, Formula, what Tapa job is on the national team? Manager or coach? That being said, Tapa is a coach. That is what Tapa is. That is what Tapa is. He is a coach. Now make Tapa tell you about him and a manager. He is a coach. He is a coach. There's no doubt about it. Right? What is he managing? Right? Remember to, man management, falls within the job description of a coach, When you hear them refer to managers in football, like for instance at a club level, right? You're talking about individuals who are responsible for on the field and off the field issues as well. So let's say, for instance, Arsene Wenger played a major role in terms of Arsenal's finances and financial decisions that was made at Arsenal, right? Played a major role in what player comes in and what player goes out. That is management. That isn't coaching. When Tapa is saying that he is a manager, not a coach, that is just a sorry and sad excuse, right? Trying to find an excuse for incompetency. Trying to find an excuse for incompetency. That is what that is. Just a sorry excuse for incompetency. That's all. Theodore Whitmore lost himself the job just because of his stupid decision making. Why take off our two creative players? Because in his head, our two creative players are not doing anything. They're not doing anything for a reason. They don't know what to do. It's just as simple as that. Look at every time Tyreek Magee got the ball. Look at every time Tyreek Magee got the ball. What was he doing with it? What was he doing with it? For the most part, after him take that shot, for the most part, every time he got the ball, and we could have had the team going in transition, Tyreek Magee turned back the ball, slowed down the game, and turned him slow down the game. Him slow down the game, and then when he is closed down, him turn back the pass. Him turn back the ball and pass it backwards. Does that indicate to you a player that is under specific instructions as to what to do when the team is going in transition? Does that suggest to you a player that when the team is going in, so that particular aspect of the game, the attacking transition, does that indicate to you a player that knows what he's supposed to do when he gets the ball? This is a young player, you know, guys. Remember, you know, this is a young player, you know, who needs guidance, you know. This is a young player who needs to be playing under specific instructions. He needs to be told what to do. You can't ask a young player like that to go out there and improvise. So he took them off to you because he's saying they're not doing anything. But why are they not doing anything? Again, casting the blame at the feet of the players. The problem is mental. Oh no, Tappa, Eagle Republic. Big up Eagle, big up, big up. Tappa suffers from the same issue that Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan had. The game came easily to them because they were excellent players, but they were terrible coaches, different skill set. Oh God. The problem is mental. More belief is needed. We have met this US team 4 times and they have used the same tactics and we have not adjusted. Formula, my opinion, I don't think Tappa do blackboard work. I won't speculate because I have never had an eye on Theodore Tappa Whitmore in the classroom to know what he's doing. So I won't speculate. I won't speculate. I was puzzled as to why Taxi would get the ball and keep trying to go down the left side while the right side is open because Des had gone forward and Jamal Lowe was open for crosses on the right. Now Jamal, you mean Bobby? Bobby D. Cordova read, you mean? Switch of the play was not a tactic. Switching of the play, you realize that America in that football game. You realize that America in that football game. You realize that America in that football game. Right? They kept on recycling the football out to Serginho Dest. You saw that pattern of play? So the initial plan, or the plan, was to try and make inroads down the right. Down our right hand defensive channel, their left wing, right? That was the plan. They kept on targeting that particular channel, right? I guess they have heard stories about Alvas Powell. Every time when that particular avenue was not opened, what they did, they switched the play. So they passed the ball back to Tyler Adams. Tyler Adams would recycle the football and switch the play. A ball out to a Serginho Dest. in space. So what they do, because the defense was shifted to the left-hand side of the pitch, or our right-hand side in the defensive third. So what they did, when they didn't have an opening in that respective channel, they quickly switched the play out to Serginho Dest, who was in space on the right-hand side of their attacking third, the right wing channel. He was in space over there because our defense would collapse to that side of the pitch. And you know, when a Serginho Dest is isolated against a fullback, his problems. Luckily for us, especially in the first half when that particular pattern of play was being run, luckily for us, Kemar Lawrence was up to the challenge. Luckily for us, Kemar Lawrence was up to the task. A lot of times, he was isolated 1v1 with Taxi, and Taxi held his own. Right, but I say that to say, why did we not try? Why did we not try to do the same, right? To take advantage of Serginho Dest, who was always, in a forward position, so to speak. He was always high up the pitch, right? Jordan Scarlett Hector. I don't think we'll see Hector in this team for a while, From what I understand, there are issues there that need to be sorted out, Wes Harding. Thank you, Eagle Republic. Wes Harding was the name I was trying to remember. Wes Harding was the name I was trying to remember. Wes Harding, who is quite capable of playing as a centre-back. He's not in the squad. So we prefer Topi. Oh, I forgot. The JFF has financial issues. Oh, boy. Formula, why can't Colin Mattox? And another question, can Grant or Watson and Speedy play together at the same time? Grant and Watson and Speedy? No, Malik. No, Malik. No. Watson needs to be put on the bench, and Grant, takes his place. As for calling Mattox, boss, you can call for Darren Mattox all you want. Darren Mattox will not solve any problem for the national team, boss. If Mikel Antonio cannot solve an issue for the national team, how is Darren Mattox going to solve any problems for the national team? Right? People, it kind of upset me. I mean no disrespect, but when people keep on a call for players like Mattox, calling for players like Nico Brett. Boss, Mattox and Brett will not help us right now, boss. We need a new coach. I'm telling you something. If Cristiano Ronaldo was our center forward for the national team right now, me not ask no man, me and tell a man, we will struggle to score goals nonetheless. Facts. So Darren Mattox now go help with right now, boss. People are calling for Mattox like Mattox can be a solution to the problem. Roderick, what's happening, man?
Well, Mr. Formula, we get beat left, right, and center. Good afternoon to you and everybody in the comment section. one love, one blood, Jamaica to our heart, even though me don't want to go overboard with the something in a family, but brother, we don't have nobody at the head of the table for direct this team to where it need for go. Honestly speaking, USA come out with a tactics last night because they did their homework. We had two main defenders and two man them have a yellow card. This was the aim. Get Lawrence a card, get lower card. Then we can keep the defense honest. Them know the right back is not 100%. Them know what midfield is one young like a 20-year-old. Everybody else is over the edge. US come out with last night with an average of 18 to 22 years players.
It's a young team.
That means young team. From when we know about football, from Pele days come to this point, every international ball that we grew and love over the last 20 years started at the age 16. Why do we have 38-year-old man in our team? The man that be coach, assistant coach, advisors, conditioners,
I can give an
whatever.
answer for that, you know. I can give you the answer for that, you know, boss. He is Tapa's loyal soldier. He will go out there and fight.
Formula. Loyalty, a puppy, we in a lion world, we are junglers, we are fight, brother. We can't use politics in a football and this are going from when time me a guy school from 85. Come on, man. We try out for the national team when time Rene Simons down there, you know, and we couldn't pass the gate. That time the match in a stadium is. A friend plus friend plus friend plus friend. All of the big name them, you can't name them. Them young, them Bailey. The only person when me play with in a minor league, Walter Boy, Dean Sewell, Gregory Blake, Adonis Maxwell. You know them little man, the Pat Cover, Milkman. Play with the whole of them in a minor league, you know. All them something, I don't know if them think they're still going to Jamaica if they know what minor league is. This is where they Mr. Simonians and them drive around and looking at them like a competition man. And see where them can pick when them not pick the 98 squad. And half of who play in a 98 squad, give Whitmore him props, but Whitmore never good. In my opinion, you'd have Hector Wright where a bigger man than him will play more ball than him. You'd have Dr. Carl Grant where was a big man would have play more ball than him. Well, what would they right now? If we go one more further, Sunday game come. Perfect example. Sunday's game. If we get a draw, we kiss the ground and tell God thanks. Because we not say our side I beat Canada.
We not beat
And
Canada.
as much as Honduras get them one love last night, we not beat Honduras in a Honduras neither.
Yeah.
So the 5 point where I look for, or whatever 6 point him think him can get, check again, brother. You know, no system set up, so how we not go with? How we are going with? Last night game show you that we do not have a system, point blank and done. We don't have a system. You rely upon individual talent for help you and make you look good. It not gonna work. No matter how much a man a dribble, no matter how much skill a man have, how much intelligence a man have. We say we put $100,000 million worth of pound player, pound home style, and the man them look ordinary.
By the way,
Because there was no, yeah.
Roderick, sorry for cutting my boss. Don't forget your point. Me just see this come up on screen. Alphonso Davis. Let me telling you something. Tapa, I hope and pray to God Theodore Tapa Whitmore better not start Alvas Powell against Canada.
Oh, God.
Start Alvas Powell against Canada. Because if that happens, Alphonso Davis will slaughter us. Sorry, Roderick, for cut you. Continue.
I know Davis alone, you know. Luckily, Buchanan get a card last night. Because this player can play both left and right wing. And him have
Mm-hmm.
speed. Him
Buchanan,
have
yeah, we just signed for Bruges.
him have skill. Look, what play against what own, you know. Don't feel like Canada is not like Jamaica, you know. Them have international play and them also have Jamaican apprentices there. Remember,
They have
we share
European title
nationality.
winning pedigree. Davis,
Okay.
Davis, my boy, they done on Turkey. The two boy them done on Turkey for Besiktas. European title winning pedigree, Roderick.
Formula. We're not going up against an ordinary Canada where we were playing at the World Cup maybe 2-3 years ago, you know, brother.
Yeah.
We'll go up with an organized team. That coach that them have right now coach the Canadian women's team to an international final in the Olympic. Is the same man who coach the both team. So if him can bring women go a final, and him have the man them set and bring them along the way, look, they play better than us, or them represent more than us in the World Cup.
Yeah.
We are now in a more serious competition, which is the World Cup. This is not no joke competition. This is where sponsors, you need to come in and spend some hard-earned cash. We can't go there with no full ball game, no back bush thing. Nothing from 1980 we have played skimmish. No, brother, it passed the stage a long time. We don't watch I am sure sports thing to that be and me I hear Mr. Butler talk and him have hardcore facts.
Yeah.
This man is a very intelligent brother, you know. This man has not talk nothing, you know, brother, something where him live, you know. The man live and breathe this, you know, brother. And the man product has shown to the world that him know what him doing. Because him never knew him at the Leon Bailey couldn't reach where him reach right now.
Yeah.
And other more like soldiers, they were having the pipelines in the man talk. The man have kids when groom and bloom and they're accepted in Europe.
Yeah.
So when the man offer them help and advise and say, yo, and you know, some people like them don't want it. But they're clearly out of the blue. You have to fight the man. You have to fight the man. You need the help from this man and the man go on like too much pride in it. Them don't want to ask him, you know. And that I go on no formula.
Is that then it's about self-preservation in a Roderick. It's about self-preservation, right? It's not about the best interest of Jamaica's football. They will not bring a Craig Butler into in any way, shape, or form. They will not do it. They don't want to give him that legitimacy because what is going to happen is that if they do that, they're going to be basically telling the world that Craig Butler was right all along. And we have to eventually basically accept that we were wrong and he was right.
Too much pride. Too much pride. Them can't take criticism. Them cuss the blogger. And I said this on when name IMAX Sports, the bloggers, the YouTube bloggers, what them say, nah, no ball sense. We do more research. The man, me's not a blogger. I follow all on the door, but me's not a blogger. I follow them because we have great content, good information, and can open the eyes to the public. Regular CVM and TVJ now do that because they don't have time for that. Them talk where them get paid for talk about. Una go behind enemy lines. Una actually are research players and say player the yes, player the this. Information here is gathered and put out there to the public for the public. Understand what going behind the black curtain. Me respect one of the bloggers because una give me more inside story than when me I listen to sports, ESPN and all them things. Them not broadcast them thing in a formula. Una the real deal, you know. Because if it wasn't a blogger or somebody were interested in one or do, we wouldn't know about Anthony Judge Grant.
True.
I mean, now stop preach that salute to Mr. Cataract.
Yeah, man.
There's other little players that got introduced where if we don't talk about them, I'm gonna notice this is a trend. Even Simon Preston bring up some players and say, yo, look on them little youth, you know, them a come up in the
Yeah, man.
pipeline, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
If Uno bloggers don't say nothing about the players, JFF don't look upon them because they don't have time for that.
They don't
Them
even
not
know
gonna
about
look upon what them know. Because if Anthony never come out in the public and I say, yo, what bring you to Jamaica? And I say, you mean what bring me to Jamaica? I've been a try play for them people from 19 how long and them tell me something no good. So now I know because me is a superstar, I still want to put my heart out there and say, yo, I still want to come and play. The foolishness will keep one there when the man want him feel say, come on, every footballer do it, even Cristiano Ronaldo. The man have them personal injuries where only certain people can know how to really massage that leg because the man have an injury print for them club team, brother. You can't come complain on no World Cup. It's not like it's not qualified for them because they put a stripe on them shoulder when them play in a World Cup qualifying and give them extra boost to them attributes. You know?
Yeah. Facts.
So it's not like them don't want to come and play. But when
Yeah.
I hear something behind the pipeline on JFF of 17 delegates are flying and they're not part of the team. How that work? How is that possible? You cut the squad for bringing 17 extra delegates. Come on, man. Them
And
people
you
are,
know, I want to address that in a rhetoric because it's a massive point that you bring up in a rhetoric. Because they can't be talking about lack of funds where they can't get to bring in certain players at this time. But yet still is a massive delegation. That don't make no sense. That don't make no
why?
sense. That's foolish.
Are
You
these
don't
delegates are they going to go there on the field and fight with them young man? Yeah? Are they going to go them won't kick a ball? Them won't carry a bag? Them will go, they go, yeah, formula, you're old school, and know that's no. But when time you're a little youth and you go and play a little corner league, I want to go out there with a whitewash and mark out the field in the sun at. You remember them days, eh? Some man don't even have shoes to kick a ball, a barefoot, but you will love it within a sun hat. The man them play Panama. I know Whitmore could have changed the time frame. Them man never played a sun hat before. All 8 of them do not know what 87-degree Fahrenheit weather feel like. We and you know that. Could have changed the time frame. Them man never played a sun hat.
Richard, you see where you click the video, where you clicked on the link. Where you clicked on the link to come onto the stream, just go back on that tab and pause the video.
Yeah,
My mute you because we are here about the feedback in our background. So just go on the tab at the top of the screen where the video was on previously, where you were watching it, where you clicked on the link and just pause the video. Let me see if me hear myself again. No, I'm not hearing myself.
I think him pause it.
Yeah, man,
Good afternoon, Mr. Richard. I don't want to say the name, but Richard, respect. You know what I mean? The Twiddly Wings thing, I really want to mention it, but respect, boss. You have some good points.
That time naming him come up with the Twiddly Wings talk, you know.
I don't know, you know, people, we Jamaican, once again, a name stick, it's sticking, brother.
That's true.
Trust me, you know, this is just a Jamaican way of life.
True.
If you was a little youth and a kid, and you know, this is every Jamaican thing. You're a youth and a kid and you're fat, you name Fat Man for life. It now got change. I want them know your name. It's Fat Man for life.
Yeah.
You understand that, boss?
Yes,
so as my point was saying, we grew up in our culture wherein we live, eat, and sleep football from one TV station. Everybody wanted to see ABC Sports on a Sunday afternoon. And the minute we finish watching AC Milan, Arsenal, you name it, English Premier, French League, we never used to watch the French, but the Italian League was most dominant. Everybody want to run out and be a Roberto Baggio. Everybody want to be a Zico. Everybody want to be a Maradona. Me grew up on Pele because I say Pele on a mile thing when me used to love as a youth. I me used to always ask, who this man on the mile thing? And my neighbor tell me that is the great Pele. And from here, this man name, I go to the library, I do my research, I make scrapbook. I'm gonna love football from age 7. When I reach 12, I'm a captain for an under 16 team. It's a local team. That's I tell you the culture. You see the youth them now in Jamaica don't have that same emphasis. They might love it, but it's just 50% out of 100. The school youth them right now, when Mr. Butler program is all about, me advise all youth. If you don't have nothing to do, I want to love the ball, go talk to Mr. Butler. Get in them program. It would be a great help for you. It
Mr.
would be a
Butler is a man
very
who
great
just give out
help
him
for you,
Yeah,
brother.
immediately.
if you're good enough though, if you're good enough, he's gonna want to say good afternoon
Brother,
to everybody. Big up Richard. Big up
yeah,
Yeah,
man,
man.
good
Butler.
afternoon, man.
Big
Big up
up, man.
already.
JT, I
Big up
thought
to
we
you
were
too.
due one.
Yeah, we were. I predicted Jamaica winning that game. That was a wild prediction. But I think we could have win the
GT.
A
game.
wild prediction.
Oh my
I think
gosh, brother.
we could have won that game. Formula. So obviously, I have to come back in front of your fans tonight and basically accept my defeat. So it came down to a thing where I couldn't blame the players after that game, and it
Can't
was
blame the players,
and I couldn't
brother.
even. It was actually tough blaming the coach because I think I'm the first person on live to state that let's have a petition to try to remove Tapa as the coach early on, like after the Gold
Brother.
Cup. Where people say, "Yo, petition, boss, that never work." No, everybody's crying because I saw it was gonna become more complicated for the JFF to get rid of Tapa the further we go. They had to
And
make that
that
shot.
I did not foresee. I'm not going
Yeah,
to
yeah,
lie.
yeah.
That I
They
did
had,
not.
yeah. I see way ahead of those things. So that's what I
No,
say.
but my thing is, I've seen many other countries get rid of a coach midway World Cup qualifying, no problem.
But I know, but that's
Middle of
countries
season.
with money as well. You have to think that there was a monetary fall short right now. So and then the pandemic. To be honest, the only good thing the JFF have going for them right now is the pandemic. It happened, and a lot of people don't give them credit that everything in the world became challenging for everyone. Automatically,
GT.
life just became challenging for everybody. So I don't think we can say they weren't like prepared for every single situation, but based on what they have displayed, it showed that they lack the competency to deliver to the fans the type of team we want to see out there.
And the type of team we're looking for, not to cut you on what you're saying, but if every man were in Jamaica at this present moment love them country with a small coach mediocre, we can improvise. When I forget nobody overseas right now, but we know whatever knowledge we know, or what knowledge we have of our we know not like here the regular the local ball thing, but brother the man them have ideas. We never once ask them, say yo, 5 hour no coach out there want on a job and have a little idea about system and technical directions and have a little idea to prove that you can do the job. Come in for an interview, we can sit down and talk. That question was never asked. We are looking overseas. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you have money for buy bread and you say biscuit, brother, work with the biscuit now. Go where it can stretch. If biscuit no work, we buy 2 green plant cut up a little coconut oil what we make from grandmother kitchen and fry the little thing and make it work. It will take everybody emphasis for this thing go through now right now. We are gracing for prayers. We definitely are praying. We are praying. We are beg God for a miracle happen. An honest miracle because that's the only thing we have left in the pocket right now. A miracle. And we
Yeah,
don't see no miracle right now because we can't beat Canada. I'm a damn sure we not gonna undo us gonna beat them. The most we
yeah.
get is a draw. You can't go, not like Jamaica go lay down and take 3 love like Panama with a man who just don't have a technical direction to what we do. Come on, man. You would need a technical direction. We need somebody who understand how our system work, how we attack, how we defend. And this is
True.
simple. If we attack 4-4-2, we need to defend 5-3-2. Everybody attack, everybody defend. It will take everybody help. They
No,
just
but
can't rely upon
I
one
feel like
people.
though that kind of football though sounds good, but everybody attack, everybody defend, you're on the back foot. You can't have everybody defending. If you want to play attacking total football, to me that's the old method that you just pointed out. No, football is
No,
played much higher up the pitch. You don't really want to just have everybody behind the ball, behind the ball. So you're only going to
Now,
have
when he says
opportunities to
everybody
counter attack.
defend doing when he says everybody defend doing JT, I
Yeah.
think he's referring to like even when we're pressing and
yes.
stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah,
I mean,
but
Okay,
all
yeah,
right.
it's a holistic
uh,
approach to
JT,
winning possession, winning
JT,
a possession of the ball.
what we just said a while ago, it
Yeah.
start from what opponent goalkeeper.
Okay, Mel. Yeah.
Okay, if the ball pushed to the left or the right back, we need our forwards to cut that pass off, and we trap the ball to the left of the field or the right of the field. That's part of defending because we need to win it back. We're going to win it back in their third or in the middle of the park. But we need everybody to work with each body. We need that cohesiveness. We don't have it. We honestly don't have it. Last night game proved. We
Yeah.
put a Tyreek McGee in the middle. He took one shot. The U.S. coach, Bert Hall, did some adjustment. And what do you think them do? Trap him. They just trapped him. Now he has no forward movement. So the only way he can do is go back, side to Lawrence. If Lawrence loses the ball there, there's a red card because that was a planned strategic moment.
Bro,
Get
I
two
don't think it was
defenders,
that
two men.
complicated. I think Alvis Powell was just terrible, man. I have to just speak in layman term. That just
JT
made the
them
team
read that
unbalanced.
already.
When that
Hold on,
Them
Roderick.
know.
Hold on, Roderick. Let
Yeah,
JT go ahead.
yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
after
Go
we'll
ahead,
deal
brother.
with it.
Yes. So when Javane Brown came on, I don't know if he got about like 10 minutes on the pitch, and he looked better than Alvis Powell in the shot. You saw him track back with something that, yo, walking past Alvis Powell is like, the thing set at Jamaica, right? Formula, when people walk past you on a morning, I just saw them I do Alvis Powell with the ball, and I'm like, what is it gonna take for Tapper to remove the guy off the pitch? This says a lot. Then you have no confidence in the other players that you brought in to compete with this player for the position. That tells me then, what are you really doing? Are you going for depth? Are you going for people who you think should be there? You get what I mean? Because if one player is not performing, the automatic thing in football is the next man up. So it should. That's how the big teams work. You're not performing. They probably bought you for 30 million, but you still lose that starting job because you're just not performing.
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica seems to just be hell bent on having certain players in the squad just to hold up a position. It's that it doesn't work like that.
JT,
Bless up, Richard.
bless up, JT. There's so much going through my mind. It's ironic actually. It's crossing my mind. It's ironic that we're on the show together, um, reminiscent of when I first made your acquaintance on the Formula Sports
It was on the Formula
way
Sports.
back,
Oh, blessed.
and
Oh
I
man.
Tiddlywink stock?
I believe it was.
No,
Oh
man, it was Coach's Dex, man.
no, man. I think it might be here first.
It
I
was
believe
here?
it was.
Yeah, I think it possibly
For real?
was. Yeah, might be,
I
might
don't
be.
remember that. I remember it was on Coach's Desk, but
I
man,
think
that
so.
cool, Richard. That cool.
No, I think we were on Coach's Decks once, but we are on another channel before that. I think it's your channel Formula. It's possible.
Gentlemen,
Okay.
I don't mean to come in and cut anything, but me gonna dismiss myself. It was a pleasure. Mr.
Yeah, man.
Farmer, give me the time on your platform. Sir Richard, manners and blessing, brother. I love
Yeah,
your
man.
input, them. John, I love your input. JT, he's a
Yes.
man of very so much words and speech, brother. Cause me not lie. Sometimes you see some words, me I looking at my dictionary, I can't find it, But just like how you put
Hey,
it in
yeah.
context,
Yeah.
brother. God
Yeah.
no. You
Yeah.
understand? But
JT is a
blessing,
very
love,
avid reader.
yeah,
Yeah.
man. Just, big man, don't just hold the thing firm and we just go forward. We don't know how, but we need blessing at these times. And thank you for the time again, sir, family. I'm still a check in and hold it. I'm there on the job, so I can't stay with it. You understand?
Yeah, man. Much
All right, bless up.
appreciated. And thank you
Yeah,
for
man.
being
Love,
here. Big
love
up.
All right, no
listening to you,
problem. Cool.
gentlemen. Love
Yeah,
listening to
man.
you. Guidance. Real sound senior head. Love
Yeah.
listening to you. Formula Sports,
Mm-hmm.
JT.
Bless up.
Ah, boy.
By the way, man, if you're on, me see the video where you send me. Me see the video where you send me, Brian, if you're listening. Crazy. I think I might share it with the viewers. Go ahead, Sir Richard. Sorry to cut you.
Okay.
No problem. Eagle Republic, big up. And all comments, views, and subscribers, full respect, yes, sir. We are in interesting times, sobering times. I'm all right. I'm gonna test the footballing waters with your good selves, commenters. I'm gonna give you two words. It's gonna be a few words. All right. Gold Cup expectations, and Javon Watson. Circa versus America recently played. Tell me what you made. If I say Javon Watson, tell me what you made of Javon Watson, and tell me what you make of the Gold Cup, where expectations were seemingly pretty sky high as far as I was concerned, and I questioned the team sheet and the experience and ability of the players on the team sheet and in the squad of Jamaica. At that time, my hand is raised. I did not know most of the players. But I got the impression from my sofa in London, England, that these players were being overly inflated in terms of expectations of lifting that Gold Cup or at least reaching the finals. I heard America were under strength. I heard Mexico were under strength. To my mind, this made little difference. I thought that they were going to be substantial challenges. Fast forward to now, and this situation, it's only because I've got a love for Jamaican football and a love for Jamaica that I'm not jumping off the ship, and I'm trying to keep a sound and sober mind. Please tell me what you make of Javon Watson, circa his recent 90-minute showing and the Gold Cup. Go ahead. I'm going to mute my mic and I'm taking it in.
All right. I'm going to let JT answer that one as well. But, to be honest with you, I don't think, given the context of the situation, I don't think Javon Watson performed that badly up until the point where he started to tire. And I think that was obviously something that many Reggae Boys fans would have feared, right? That, the player cannot go the entire 90. He did go the entire 90 and he went the entire 90 because there was no backup. And what baffles me is that how on God's green earth does Theodore Tapper Whitmore go into a World Cup qualifying game and Haka was the only option to play at that particular position? I don't understand. You talk about resources, fine. I'm Kevin Lambert. He was down the road. He was just down the road. It can't be that expensive to bring Kevin Lambert into the team, right? Because the fact of the matter is that Kevin Lambert would have definitely have had the legs in the second half to at least track the runs that he's supposed to be tracking. Even if Lambert might not have the technical ability. right? And honestly, nobody can tell me say Haka has more technical ability than a Lambert or even the other one there. I don't remember his name right now that plays. I think it's for Colorado. Right? It's just look, I understand and I sympathize that we were a bit short on personnel because of injuries and stuff like that. But on the flip side, I see Kevin Stewart made the bench of Blackpool the game before. So he's clearly match fit. I see Joey Desert made the bench for Orlando City. Even though both were coming off injuries. You guys hearing me?
Yeah, you froze just now, but we're hearing
Yeah.
you.
I froze. My internet. My apologies. So I just don't understand how does Theodore Tapper Whitmore sees it best only bring one player for the respective position instead of bringing somebody else, even if the person might not be ideally who you want. I just don't get that. JT, you want to add anything to that, boss?
Of course, man. I'm on the show right now. You have to know, when I'm on the show, I'm plugged in, bro. I'm here to talk football. So, if you really ask, because that's why we're here. I'm not really on here to figure out what to say. That's why people can handle what I'm going to say, because it's not, you see what I mean? It's not pre planned. I didn't write it down. I just know I'm plugged in and I'm going to tell you what I saw out there. I
Yeah.
think it was the problems with the team is balance. It's coach, players. Obviously, if we get a different coach, that's the thing. If we get another coach, we have to see him favor another set of players, and that should be flexible. It's the player that's performing or the player that fits what you're trying to do should be out there. Yesterday, couldn't really blame the coach. Still thought that maybe Andre Gray could have got 20 minutes in the game just to get his legs warm, in and get some football. Because I still think even the commentator said yesterday, Kankakaf is a unique football experience, and that's what I've been trying to say. That the English game, is a different game from the international games. How the players performed yesterday, first half, I can't really say anything about Bobby Reed. He had to play right back basically for Alvas Powell. He couldn't do anything on offense because Alvas Powell is just, I don't know. Alvas Powell just knows how to be out of position every time the football comes down that side of the field. Um, yeah, Speedy had a great first half. I was sold the first half, but his second half was so bad. It was really terrible. Taxi, I think that yellow card crippled him early, where he didn't know, he had to caution himself, and he didn't really know how to go into tackles the physical way he knows how to. So he was a bit
And we had
lackluster.
no backup
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Absolutely, which
Yeah,
is a disgrace, man.
yeah. So with that, may I run through them one day? So we had Lawrence, and then in the midfield, Tariq McGee did show the potential of what he can do, but I also saw out there why Tariq McGee is not starting at his club. He has to be more active as a football. He just looks like he's not in a rush. We love that, but little bit of urgency, just a little bit of urgency. I just think he just goes into tackles because he has to make up the statistic that he's actually tackling. um, but I don't know. I think this is why he's not starting at his club, because the kid, he's talented. Nobody can ever question that. But I saw last night, because he could have dominated that game. He could have dominated by just wanting to be more around the football, or he just looks he just looks relaxed, just a little bit too relaxed. But he got a good shot off early. Because I was rooting for the kid. I said we should start him, and that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the weakness in his game. So it's for him now to know, I just need to be more busy, more active. Look at Messi. They're just little rabbits all over the floor, running around, just ready to do things to get the ball in the goal. That's how you got to be. You can't just be jogging, watching the football. It's like, yeah, I'm out here. No, you have to get in the game, because I don't think the US really outplayed Jamaica that much till the actual last 15 minutes of the game. And I spoke about the player Zardes that came on for the US, that before the game I said that he was going to be a problem for Jamaica because he's a very direct player. And the other starting strikers are more zone strikers. Pepe, you know how he scored his goal? Right in the zone, in that little free spot. That's what those strikers do. Find a spot to sit in. It's not physicality, it's brains over brute force. So that's what happens. Azardes came on and they really balled Jamaica that last 15 minutes. But
He's a
Jamaica,
poacher. He's a poacher, JT.
yeah,
Pepe.
yeah, yeah.
Pepe,
Yeah.
wherever I'm on him. Poacher. Fine
Yeah,
space.
and I thought that he wasn't gonna, because the first half he was quiet. He was quiet. The first half he was quiet, but that's what good players do. But I still didn't feel like they really outplayed us. I just think we lacked organization. I didn't see where USA looked unbeatable last night. I
And that
felt
is
like,
what hurts
yeah,
me, JT. That is
I
what
don't see
hurts
that.
me.
I don't
That is
see it.
what hurts me. And that's why when people talking about haka this and haka that, honestly, while don't get me wrong, obviously haka had a role to play in what took place, right? His non-tracking of players and what it caused and particular plays that led to us conceding, right? But honestly, even with a hacker, if the thing was organized much better and much more sensibly,
We
even with a
still could
hacker
have got a
in the mix,
result.
we still could have gotten a result.
Be-
And
be-
that's
be-
what upsets me.
a key factor. Tapa doesn't understand the strategy where it means players who are playing well stays on the pitch and you implement other players. You see, what I've learned even last night, I would have right now looking at Javon East, I would actually even try starting Javon East on the right hand side. If we like if we don't have if it's just Bobby Reed, Javon East to me is a very physical player. He came on last night, and they didn't take the ball off him very easily. If you notice
And
that,
I've said that, he's a decent player. And the
yeah,
problem with
yeah,
is he's wasteful in front of goal.
that's what I'm. That's why I move him to the right side. I'm not trying to have him in front of goal. He's a goal casualty. He just doesn't score them very much. But however, I see this is why we need a talented coach who can spot those attributes in a player and said, Javon East, you probably play striker at your club, but your physicality, I think I would get, and he's a fit player. He will run back for you. I don't know. I would start him over Bobby Reed, just looking at what I saw from him coming on. He just looked.
People are going to beef in a chat though if I say
Oh,
that in
yeah.
jail.
Guess what? The tape is
Prepare for the
always
beef
there.
in a
You can
jail.
go and watch the game. Watch the game again and
No,
look
he,
at when
he, he had
Javon
an
East came
impact when
on.
he came off the bench. He did. He did.
It was
He did.
his impact.
He's a decent technical player and he protected the ball very well. The problem, as I say, when him get in front of goal, him clueless.
Yeah, yes, yes, yes. And so, Richard.
That's been a theme since listening to the broadcast tonight. Formula Sports, clueless. I've never seen. I don't know if you've not got to my comment yet. I don't think, but I've never seen you as apoplectic, as seething, as mad as you are this evening. It was compulsive listening. I'm telling you.
No, I've gotten a little bit more rowdy on this show than what I did earlier.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Well,
It's only the JFF though. The JFF is what I think brought out that one.
well, there's absolutely every reason to feel like that. You know, I'm right now. Let me just check this out. During the remainder of this World Cup qualification campaign, are we safe in saying that Tapa will not be sacked, will not resign, will not fall on his sword, and we need to be constructive in our reasoning, in our criticism, and in how we get behind the team right about now? I'm trying to conserve my energy. I'm telling you now, I'm trying to conserve my energy and to serve the Jamaican national team as best as possible. Am I right in conserving my energy for not knocking down the JFF doors and asking for Tapper to be removed?
I understand your question, Sir Richard. I understand your question, but honestly, at this point in time, us controlling our emotions and not hitting out a tapper will
Not
not help.
even then.
It will not help anything. Because when somebody is just incapable, when somebody is just inept, how are we going to go around that?
My
I
lord.
don't see a way around that. I don't. We need platform to do is to put look. I don't like when man lose him job, right? But I mean, me know man have them livelihood and man have kids to feed and all of that. But Tapa has made a lot of money. And if he was smart, he would have saved up quite a bit of it. One. Two, Tapa needs to go to Europe and continue further his learning, further his education. Right? It comes with the job. If you have taken the job of results, go. If you are not getting the results, you must go. And Tapa is incapable of getting the results. He's incapable of getting them. It's just the facts. You see it on the pitch when the team is on the pitch. The team is clueless. They don't know what to do. So honestly, Sir Richard, I don't know. I hear your point in it, and I respect your opinion of holding back to show support. But at in time, I don't know if JT agrees or disagrees, but that won't help the cause. We need to put pressure on the JFF to do the right thing and fire this guy. The more we continue with these guys, deeper the hole is gonna be dug. Less time for us to get ourselves out of this mess if we do bring somebody in that can do a little thing. That's the best I can give you, Sir Richard. That's the best I can give you.
I hear you. I hear you. JT, I hear you. Respect formula. Respect.
Yeah. Tapa. It's weird. If the JFF was serious, Tapa should have been fired today. There should have been a deal on the table, just as Paul Hall being the interim coach for the next. Because if what is the actual plan here that Tapa magically starts winning? That's the only thing you're banking on now.
Yeah.
Because you have enough data to make a decision. It's a tough decision. However, you're at a crossroad where you have to think, okay, does it means I spend another this amount, invest in another 3 games or another game when I could potentially get a result from another coach? You have to give yourself the option. But what can I say? I'm also, I think Richard might have said it earlier, in a way, it's a catch-22 for us with Tapa because we actually, we don't want Tapa to lose his job as an employment, but
Yeah.
as for coaching the national team for strategy and football and the potential of where we can go. I just think he just doesn't have long. It's a bit late. It's too late already. It's almost. I told you guys on. I think Richard was there when I also told you, Richard, that people are gonna be bringing out their calculators very soon,
Yes, yes, you did.
and we are in calculator mode now.
Calculator mode.
Yep. Hope somebody loses, and you just sit there and crunch the numbers. Who has the most goals? Against a away home game. How many potential game you have to. That's where the calculators are out. The more games you lose, it's not straightforward anymore. It's not straightforward. It's a lot of hope and pray.
How much responsibility, Formula Sports, JT, watching viewers and subscribers, how much responsibility, even now, going into the office itself, do you put on the players to perform? You know, I was watching the game, not live, actually seeing the game unfold. I was watching it via watch along. I don't often watch games via watch alongs, and I thought, you know what? I ended up in a particular forum, and then I thought, okay, let me tune in, let me follow the game through the eyes of the fans, of some fans, and it was interesting listening on a few levels. I would have loved to have more pictures painted of what was actually going on in the game, but from what I gathered, particularly in that first half, because I don't know if you know this, but I fell asleep 5 or 10 minutes after Jamaica went 2-0 down. Physically, the nervousness and the disappointment mixed with faint hope upon hope that when I arose and regained consciousness, whatever would be, would be. To see the score end at 2-0, I thought, and it gives credence to what you were saying, that Jamaica weren't necessarily totally outplayed, performed, and it was just particular moments. But this game was dovetailed by two examples: the Kemar Lawrence opening salvo, where that could have been a red card, and then the last 15 minutes that you guys say that the younger U.S.A. team started to put the heat on. But that first half, I'm telling you, I've never been as happy, arguably, to see a 0-0 scoreline. It looked sweet. It tasted relatively sweet.
But America weren't playing that well too, you know, Richard. America were not. America went out there and delivered amazing performance. And that's what upsets me, man. Sorry to cut you, Sir Richard.
No, that's all right. No. Go ahead. I mean, as I said, because of the Kemar Lawrence, when, you know, I with the watch along, I was hearing red card. Wait a minute, red card. And I thought, wait a minute, tell me what's going on. Paint the picture for me. Tell me what. When they brandished the yellow, I thought, wow, relief. A huge intake and play on to get. And then Javon Watson going past 10 minutes on the pitch without needing oxygen. Then it stretched to 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I started to hear the fans say, Javon Watson is delivering in his own way, and for the team, you know what? Props to him. Around the 36th minute of the first half, I began to wonder, wait a minute, maybe tiring legs, maybe we might need a substitution, and begin to look for the substitution. But this guy's got heart. I like the footage I've seen of him in his pomp. I've not seen him at Humble Lion in his most recent reincarnation. But to get through 90 minutes, that was a shock. How shocked were you that he got through 90 minutes? Or was that an indictment on Tapper and an indictment on the paucity of options on the bench? And let me add just one more thing. And this is why I wanted to press you guys to get your input. Because watch this. Javon, I thought, seemed to be playing a CDM role of some significance. I don't believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, in the form of an Anthony Grant, who would have extra fitness and extra strength and awareness.
He was trying. Okay, go ahead, because it was 0-0, and then started the second half. Bang! Loss of concentration. You're snoozing, you lose. And I thought, man, but then I wanted the response, and that's why I'm going back to the players' responsibility on Formula Sports and JT and viewers and subscribers. I wanted the players who I was told were in good spirits leading up to the start of the game. I wanted a response. I wanted Tyreek. I wanted Devon. I wanted Shamar Boza. I wanted a response on the attacking end to get the equalizer. I went for a prediction of 1-1 when I was forced
to come up with a result. And a 1-1 could have resulted. I say could have because, well, in fact, just tell me about the attacking. How many opportunities did Jamaica present? Half chances and full chances. How many did they over the course of the entire?
Only one real chance of note with Jamal Lowe.
Shamar Nichols at the end of the
Yes, both
game.
at the end. Yes. Both have a good chance at the end for real. You know, Richard, I'll say to that. I remember when we were at the Azteca in the first game of the qualifiers.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when we conceded a goal and we went down a goal. And we were trailing 1-0. And I remember seeing the body language of the players.
Go ahead.
And just how poor the body language was of the players. If you examine the body language of the players, their body language could tell you everything you need to know. They did not have a clue as to how they were going to get back into this football game. You could tell just the poor body language, the dropping of the shoulders. You could just tell by the body language that they were down and out. Or that's what they thought. That was the scenario that they thought they were in, that they were down and out. Because they had no clue as to how they were going to get back into this football game. They had absolutely no clue. And look why we got back into the football game. So when you say that now about response, what know how to respond? But I keep saying it again, the players out there is like flying a plane without any instructions from air traffic control.
My.
They don't know what to do. It is clear that when you look at them playing, when they get the football, they do not know what to do. They don't know what to do.
But Formula, you see, I'm trying to make sense of this. Go back to the Gold Cup. When I was raising serious doubts and I wanted answers and an insight, a genuine insight by the likes of your good selves as to why you had such confidence in a squad of players led by this same coach.
No, well, I didn't have the confidence. I remember Ryan LSC saying that we should win the tournament. Right? For starters, the Gold Cup, there was issues with the squad. So in terms of not only how it looked well, from a personal standpoint, there was a squad. That's the first thing. Right? Tapa had to use too many makeshifts in the park, in the middle of the park in the Gold Cup. So there were issues with the squad even going into the tournament. And when you combine that with a manager, when you combine that with a coach who seemingly does not know what he is doing, we got knocked out, pretty early. And I still think that if Tapa was a half decent coach, the game against US that we got knocked out would have gone differently if he had made the right changes that he needed to have made in the second half of that particular football game. I saw, again, it all boils down, but for the it always seems to boil down back to Tapa and his ineptitude, his incompetence. It always seems to boil back down to that. The game last night, Richard, even if the personnel that we had at our disposal, right? Team selection alone was flawed, right? Him claims so we're not the federation don't have money to bring in ex-player from England, right? Why not turn to the USL and get at least the best players that we have available to us in the USL rather than to go there with serious numbers lacking in the midfield? Better you have somebody there than don't have anybody there at all, even if you don't have much trust and faith in the person that that you would have brought in. It better you have the person there than you do have anybody. But I still believe even with all of that and the poor team selection and just the unbalanced nature of the squad through and through, I still believe that the game could have been better managed. Even yesterday.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Let me just check out what accounts and explains. JT, are you still there, my brother?
Yes.
Ah, good man. Can people out there, good Jamaican fans, good and true, explain the discrepancy, the polarity between the performance and interpretation of the performance, even in the first half of someone like Mr. Watson? I'm trying to gather the temperature and knowledge of Jamaican football fans in general, and trying to pick up if it's just a downright biased, or there's something that I might be missing regarding the performance. Because when you're talking about expectation levels, it's very interesting, because maybe we're over inflating the quality of this Jamaican squad. I feel that it's arguably the best squad potentially what we have right now. And in that performance of Mr. Watson, I thought he potentially exceeded expectations. Can you explain why people would be
He
ready
did.
to
He did.
criticize
He
him?
looked better than I thought he would.
Some people, from what I was gathering from London, England, I was getting under the impression in certain quarters he'd be lucky to last 10 to 15 minutes. And if I put him in my starting 11, my fantasy starting 11, but practically I wanted him in. But some people were saying, well, you know what? At best, he'll probably come on for the last 5 or 10 minutes.
No, he
So
had to start doing it. He had to start because in the end, there was nobody to play apart from Haka.
literally.
There was literally nobody else to play. The two central midfielders, right, whichever one was playing CDM or whichever one was playing as the box to box, they were the only players in the squad that could play those roles. I mean, the next best thing was to put a right back in that position. And again, it boils down to Tapa's selection. Nobody would have, my thing is, nobody would have faulted you, if you had gone for because I personally would remind the fans that JFF said there's a financial issue.
Yes.
Why we cannot bring in, the amount of players we would want to bring in. I personally would remind them that, to be fair to Tapa, right? But my thing is, there's no excuse not to go for Lambert. I'm not the biggest fan of Lambert, right? Lambert is I've never seen the big deal about this player. I hear people talk about him. I'm like, what are people talking about? This player isn't all that. And I mean no disrespect to the player. I wish the best for him. Hope he fulfills whatever potential many people may see in him, right? But nobody would have faulted you if you had brought in a Lambert. You have played Lambert and started Lambert in big games for you. You have played Lambert on a number of occasions. It's not like you don't know the player and you don't have an idea of what the player can do. They kept on playing him for a number of games. So why go into this game with literally no options off the bench, with a Haka who has not played, is wanting to play 90 minutes in a JPL? It's another thing to play it at this level. You're talking about the pace of play. The pace of play is just a million times quicker. Right? I mean, Haka had gone
watching
so
this
long
game,
without
Formula.
playing.
I have to Formula. Watching this game made me feel so much like a genius. Halftime, the commentator said they went and they soaked the field, or they wet the field to get the pace moving faster. I heard that, on from the commentator, and immediately red flags went up from it. Like, I'm like, does Jamaica understand that the pace of the game is actually going to change now? We went out there looking a bit slow, lackluster. I'm telling you, it's a technique that's used in England and here in Europe, where you can speed up the game depending on how much water you put on the pitch. People are not aware of that, so that happened
And
in Jamaica.
I don't think I've ever seen us doing that at the national stadium.
Yeah, you remember, that's why I told you that the national stadium pitch affected Kemar Roof's game. Though Kemar Roof wasn't really, really on the ball, he looked a bit like he could get involved. He looked like he was around the situations a lot of time. He just didn't have that outlet or enough structure around him for him to get moving. So yeah, it's these things that I'm saying. Are we at the do we have the knowledge of this cutting edge behavior by teams to basically move the game forward faster? And you're coming out of the dressing room, because I wouldn't have come out of the dressing room with Tyreek McGee on personally, because I understand. I saw, and I'm one of the people that were really root for Tyreek McGee. But I saw that this game was going to be a bit more hectic at one point if he doesn't start moving a bit faster. And he can do it, because you can see in that first game against Costa Rica where obviously Tapa spoke to him and he got involved. He got active. So this is one of the things that Tyreek McGee has to figure out. Is he switching on and off too often in the game? He has to, I think he could simplify that issue and say, am I switching off, watching tape, looking, are you switching off in games as to where you're not making a tackle or you're not on the ball? And we know you're skillful. We know we want you on the football, but we're trying to figure out why you not wanting to be a bit more active.
Tyreek McGee, when he gets the ball, this is the thing when you play a youngster like Tyreek McGee, right? First of all, you have to bear in mind that this player grew up in Jamaica, right, and was developed for the most part in Jamaica, right? He himself said it. When he went to Belgium, that's when he started learning football, right? This player is young. This player needs to be given specific instructions as to what to do. Every time Tyreek McGee got the ball yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
nobody is. My thing is, people say, Tyreek McGee was, coach made certain adjustments and Tyreek McGee was, you know, essentially rendered ineffective. I disagree with that. There were a whole lot of times when I saw Tyreek McGee get that football at his feet and the opportunity presented itself for the team to get going in the attacking transition.
Go ahead.
Tyreek McGee slowed down the pace of the transitional play one, and then when he was closed down, him sets a bomb and turn it back. My thing is, there is no way that that player was playing to instructions. There is absolutely no way. It cannot be that the player was playing to instructions, because nobody could ever instruct the player to do that. So what that tells me again, I go back to what Tapa said in the interview. His instructions to Tyreek McGee are to demand the football. He is asking Tyreek McGee to improvise. How can you be giving such how can you be telling a young player like Tyreek McGee to improvise in a big World Cup qualifying game?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
That is nonsense.
Mm.
Talk about the US rendered him ineffective. I respectfully disagree. A whole lot of times Tyreek McGee received the ball in a situation where we could have been threat to the USA. And when I saw that, when I saw that, it just upset me because I'm saying this is what improvisation does. This is what happens when you ask a young player developed in Jamaica to improvise in a big
I don't think he's
time
telling you
game.
to go out there to improvise. Actually, I think what's happened is the game has changed in the way how you give a player certain instructions. Back in the day with Tapa
Mhm.
coming up, coaches used to just say, "Listen,
And
demand the football, show yourself." Now players are getting instructions and duties that they have to fulfill during the game. So this is what's really happening, where the coaching style is also affecting the player. I'm sure that's not how they're coaching Tariq McGee at his club. But
Mhm.
I said yesterday's game explained to me why Tariq McGee isn't playing much at his club.
Mhm.
Yeah, he has to get more involved in the game because he has the talent. Like nobody can discuss that. I don't even. He has the talent, but he has to get more involved in the
Wait,
game.
1 second, Taylor. What you mean though? In terms of is it okay? So you're saying that it's not improvisation, right? What you're saying is that Tapa isn't communicating right. Is it that's what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is the way how players used to be coached
Mm-hmm.
in Tapa's era. It was the way coaches gave out instructions. It would be, "Hey, show yourself," or you see me I say,
Mm-hmm.
"Get active, get for the football." Now computers are more involved in football. Players have specific things that they need to do. How coaches want players to play the position based on the model, the simulation that they run in training, how you're gonna operate on set pieces, how you want to attack, how you want to break teams down. So I'm saying I think that it's like it's like two people speaking a different language. He's
This is
getting so
fascinating.
yeah.
I'm listening with real curiosity. I'm trying to get the clear answer to the question that's been posed regarding the puzzle, the conundrum that is young, talented Tyreek McGee. I've not seen the footage, and I'm looking forward to. Yeah, more trouble me, more fool me maybe. I'm looking forward to actually seeing the footage and what happened. But Formula, from what you saw when Tyreek was in those positions, what are you trying to say? Are you saying that through him improvising, he didn't dare to play the killer pass or the spectacular pass or
No,
the
because he turned the
forward
ball back
pass, or
around.
was it a case of him improvising and saying, "Well, you know what? I'm going to improvise by turning my back to goal and knocking the ball back to my fellow teammate to retain possession but not be attacking," which is what maybe JT might be saying, that he's got in a particular position or positions, and then he's thinking about the model that's been worked on with Tapper, quote unquote, and he's found himself in that position, and rather than playing towards goal or trying to jink past a player or to do whatever offensively, he
Yes.
turns and passes it back to another
He
player.
plays a negative pass.
He plays a who?
A negative pass.
Negative pass.
Well, I'm trying to understand. So I'm trying to
Right.
who's closer to exactly Wagwan regarding Tyreek and his performances on the pitch.
All right. Let me explain what I mean, right? Theodore Tapa, when I said the player is being told to improvise, right? When Theodore Tapa Whitmore said in the interview, right, that in order to prevent the team going long and also to get Maggie into the game, so in order to prevent the team from going long, and also Rain Scorpion, I soon rope into the conversation, boss. In order, when Tapa said, in order to to prevent the team from going long, and also in order to get Tariq Magee into the game,
Mm-hmm.
he is telling him to demand the football. So he is not what he's basically saying without saying by that statement, Him actually is the everybody are run up and down and a talk about how him style UK born players, him style Ravel. Not realizing that the worst part of that interview was when he said that, and I will tell you why. What he's basically implying right then and there, is that he does not have patterns of play and patterns of movement, one, designed to prevent the team from going long, and two, designed to get Tyreek Magee, one, involved in the game, and two, in dangerous positions. That is what he's saying, because he's telling him to demand the football. He would not have to tell him to demand the football if there were patterns of play and patterns of movement designed to get him involved game in the first place and get to have an impact on the game. Remember, this is supposed to be the source of our creativity, the main source of our creativity.
I can agree with you now, military. You made your point. So, like, there was so much clarity in that. It just made sense for me now. Like, thank you. I like that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, JT. My thing is that clearly Tapa sees him as an important piece to the puzzle. Clearly Tapa sees him as the key to unlocking this game in the Costa Rica game. The mere fact that he's bringing him over and him see him as basically the mere fact that what he's telling him, he sees him as an important piece to the puzzle. My thing is, have patterns of play designed to get the player involved in the game. Why are you telling an attacking midfielder to demand the ball? When I watched Panama play Jamaica, I saw patterns of play designed to get Quintero in dangerous positions to hurt us. When I watched the USA play Honduras, I saw patterns of play designed to get Christian Pulisic in dangerous positions to hurt us. Remember when we played the Serbians, I was doing research on Serbia. There were patterns of play designed to get the captain Dusan Tadic in dangerous positions to hurt the opposing team. When you are telling a young Tyreek Magee to demand the football, you are telling him to improvise because there are no patterns of play designed
to get him involved, to get him involved in the play.
To prevent the team from going, there are no patterns of play to prevent the team from going long, to involve him and get him in dangerous
But you know what the biggest thing formula that's really hurting the team is we don't win enough balls in the opponent third of the field. If you look at it, we're always playing out from the back. Our goalkeeper is always clearing the football. We don't get opportunities via someone winning a tackle, a midfielder just beat two players and just open up the defense. We don't get that.
I see the comment again below, and which is alluding to Tyreek is one of the youngest players out there, but it's pertaining to the responsibility, levels of responsibility.
Oh, this is amazing statement, actually. Yeah.
I don't know if you want to keep comment.
Guys, I soon bring Rain into the conversation. 1 second, Rain. But Goon, my thing is, that is confusion. You cannot have a player out on the football pitch. He needs to be like, my thing is, again, Tyreek Magee is a youngster. Right? This player just left Jamaica the other day. The man said he would say to himself when he go Belgium and this time start learn football. You are asking a young player to outsmart a very high level coach when you ask a young player to improvise on the pitch. That's what you're doing. Because it's not coach versus coach, It's Tyreek Magee versus Berhalter. That's what it boils down to. Tyreek Magee versus Greg Berhalter. When you ask the player to go out there and act off of his own volition.
Go ahead.
That's basically what. Now, Berhalter is a very experienced coach. Right? And he's damn sure a better coach than Tapa. You read, and I don't know his qualifications, but I'm sure the US would not hire a coach that is not highly qualified. In terms of, I'm sure, he has a high level license, right? I don't think the US would hire a coach with no CONCACAF B license, right? How can you be asking Tyreek McGee to go up against Greg Berhalter? Greg Berhalter is a tactician by trade. He is a tactician by trade. That's what he does for a living. You cannot ask Tyreek McGee to be trying to be on the pitch, going toe-to-toe with a Greg Berhalter. That's madness. I'm going to bring Rain into the...
I saw the 2 goals by America on the highlights package, 3 minutes highlight package, and it was even less than that. Crafted what U.S.A. in formula. That young man Pepe, who in the watch along, I heard very little about this guy's name. I think all eyes were ostensibly on Jamaica trying to get across the line. But this young man Pepe, who had a relatively quiet first half, when those goals were crafted, as you said, he was in the danger zone, lurking, waiting. And I wouldn't be surprised if those players to the left and right who were looking to have a field day and looking to get the ball in the back of the net via this predator. And beautifully crafted, across the ball, into the danger zone, one touch, bang, bang. Crafted. Before I'd love you to get the gentleman involved, but I'm gonna listen. What time is it now? It's oh Lord, is it?
It's good. It's about 11 o'clock over there now.
Okay, yes. I was wondering if it looked like 11 or 12 o'clock. Okay, I've got a good 40 minutes left before I have to shh the missus. But
yeah, man, cool.
Easy.
Rain, what is the boss? Rain, what you saying, boss?
Okay. Good evening, man.
Good evening.
Look,
good night.
I'm glad you brought it up about Tyreek McGee. Okay. He's a skillful player. We can admit that. Here's the thing about Tyreek. He's young. That's true. There's another thing. When he does get the ball, you're a midfielder. You're attacking mid. I see too many times he turned the ball back to his defenders. You know, when you turn the ball back to the defender, what are you doing? Basically, you're defending the purpose of moving forward so you can create space and be able to attack in dangerous situation. What I see is just every time he don't push no ball forward. He barely go forward. He controls the ball. He move forward a bit, then he turn right back, put the ball back to the defender. Boom, they booted up field. You tell me what you're getting out of that. They don't play no 1-2 passes. They got to control. You don't have to control every ball. You 1-2, 1-2 and move it, 1-2 move it, 1-2 moving the ball. They don't do that. When you want to move the ball, you're creating space. Another thing, they don't press. They don't do no eye pressing. That's a problem. Jamaica, they don't do no eye pressing. The ball play back to the goalkeeper, and guess what Jamaica do? They just back off. For what? You eye press. Don't give the goalkeeper time to make a play. You eye press. So the goalkeeper maybe lose concentration, do something stupid. They don't eye press. Then they were trying to figure why they ain't got the ball. You eye press. When you eye press, a person lose control. The play that you're going to make, you got 2 players closed on real fast. Jamaica in transition is just too slow. And when I mean too slow, they're just like a snail. They are too slow. They don't know to
because they don't know what to do, Rain. They don't know what to do.
They don't know to counter attack. They don't know. I said it from the get-go, and I'm going to say it again. Topper needs to come out. Just plain, straight English. It's hard to find a coach right now, but Topper needs to go. Topper needs to go. Listen, I'm a die-hard football fan. I usually play for high school back in the days. I play against the Americans back in the days. I know they're a good team, but here's the thing. Every team can be beat. I don't care who you are. You saw what happened between Belgium and France yesterday, right? Belgium is ranked 1 in the world, number 1. They got beat by France.
Yeah.
Every team can be beaten. Jamaica need to learn to play eye pressing. And I don't know. I don't really see play 4-3-3 attack or 4-3-3 falls 9. Those are formations. You need to try 4-3-3 attacking. Attacking is an eye pressing game. That means you don't give the opposition time to play the ball. You don't give them time to play because you are pressing so high, they ain't got time to play the ball. But hey, like I said, he need to go. If he can't win the next game in Jamaica, they can ship him out for real.
Why wait until the next game?
Well, you're right about that. Ship him out right now.
Formula, you're not easy. Why wait? You're not easy.
No, he
Formula.
should have been gone after the Panama game, Richard. Christiansen, who is a Danish-born ex-Spanish international player. He's a former Golden Boot winner in the Bundesliga, the Panamanian coach. Christiansen wiped the floor with him on his own home turf. He should have been gone after that.
Panama losing last night though was very odd to me.
Because El Salvador is not.
Yeah.
El Salvador is a decent team.
I know they're a decent team, but that tells me that this is gonna get very messy.
Yep.
El Salvador winning that game just made things very interesting because this also tells me now because Panama is gonna beat some other teams that expect to win against them as well. So that's also what's gonna make it interesting. But I think El Salvador coming into the fold made things really interesting. Because for teams like Jamaica to have a chance, you want teams like El Salvador actually winning that you haven't played twice, and you get the chance to beat them back to get those points back from them. You understand what I mean? So because El Salvador would be having 6 points for you, you can look at El Salvador's 6 points, two away. So if El Salvador beat two of the big teams, they keep everybody at bay.
It's a very good
Rain. I muted your Rain just simply because the background noise. That's why I muted you. So whenever you want to talk, just unmute the mic. But when you're not talking, mute the mic because you have background noise. Go ahead, Richard.
No, so it's a very interesting point that JT raises in terms of El Salvador's victory, bringing things much tighter, certainly from a Jamaican perspective. But it's frustrating, and I think unless we get some positive results pretty soon, this window and then the following window, it could be a case of going for the next World Cup, unless I realistically I think it could come down to that unless we really have the mother of all miracles. Because El Salvador, in my radar, I don't know with yours, I thought that they were slated as one of the weakest nations in this octagonal.
They were, but Richard, that is the problem. It's both a positive and a negative force in Richard. Because what is taking place is that no team is quite getting away. The teams aren't really getting away because CONCACAF it is so competitive.
Yeah, Mexico lost points last night. I feel like they dropped points.
Mexico dropped. Yeah, Mexico dropped points. But the problem with that is that it shows that everybody except us can compete in this octagonal, and that is going to be a problem for us.
Yeah, there's no easy game here. We have to look at Canada as 6 points. You have to look at every team. So now Jamaica has to look. So Jamaica has 2 teams they could look at for 6 points. Oh, 3 from those 3 encounters, which is Honduras, Canada, and El Salvador. Jamaica has to get all 6 points from those teams because you want those teams beating those other teams, and then you collect those points from them to hold them at bay. Yes.
Go ahead. Yes, JT. I was just going to say it's interesting because I've been so focused on Jamaica that I've been of not looking and paying attention to a lot of the results worldwide. I did pick up on Brazil versus Venezuela, which was an interesting game. In that game, by the way, there was a guy defender, Marquinhos, plays for PSG, and he said whilst playing the weakest team in Venezuela in their CONCOMEBOL group, he said, I quote, "It was a complicated game." This is against the weakest team, allegedly, in their group. It was a complicated game. He said the best thing that Brazil took out of their game, though, is one, that they won the game, and two, the second half saw that team, the Seleção, focus and concentrate. This is a high-level player playing in one of the best teams in the world, talking about a game against Venezuela being complicated, having to focus and concentrate and work hard. Do you know that Brazil got the equalizer, having gone 1-0 down in around the 21st minute, in the 71st minute of the game? They scored their second goal in a game they were expected to win easily, even with an understrength team. They scored their second goal in the 86th minute. And the third goal was scored in 90th minute plus 5 minutes added on. They continued to knock on the door and stay focused, didn't concede again, and ensure that they won the game. This, in all honesty, was the kind of mentality I was looking for from Jamaica in that USA game. To go in at halftime 0-0. I heard in certain quarters that America, with Berhalter, who is not the premier coach in the world, he's a good coach, pretty good coach, but he could well have been sweating with the thousands and thousands of fans in that stadium and the expectation levels that America were going to beat Jamaica. I heard that America were meant to be sweating, and it should be Jamaica who would be in the ascendancy and feel that they could go for the throat and get something from the game, which made it doubly frustrating. But as an England as an England born person who's been watching lots of English internationals, when the pressure comes from fans, it affects the players at some level significantly, because it lowers their belief and expectations as to what they can do. Secondly, if a player is identified as a weak link, you can bet your bottom dollar that the manager and the players and the media will have picked up on it and said, heat's on you, spotlight's on you, you're not cutting the mustard, you're not doing it, you're out. And no sooner said than done. A Southgate and previous other managers will make the decision to drop players. Alvis Powell, for example.
Achilles heels for the team.
Achilles heel. And yet he remains. But my question is, what do you think the fans, give me an insight into the mindset of Jamaican players, the Blakes, the Lows, both Lows, Jamal and Damien, Taxi, Devon Speedy Williams. Give me an insight into how they are feeling and reacting to the fans who are baying and cussing and saying them not ready, them not ready, them not ready. Does it affect them? I'm trying to be as positive as possible on these forums, within reason, while keeping it real. But what give me insight into what the players, these Jamaican players, the Bobby Reeds, who should be coming in for plenty of stick in some circles justifiably, but give me insight into what the players would be feeling and reacting on the pitch to the real talk amongst the forums and out in the circles of Jamaican footballing publics.
I mean, to be honest with you, I can't answer that because I can't speak to the subjective intentions or the thoughts of the players, right? I can't read their minds. But I judging by things that I've heard them say, I do know that they hear the criticisms, right? I do know that they hear the criticism. how they internalize that criticism, to be honest with you, Richard, that I cannot speak to. Right? I think, yes, a player like Alves has been criticized heavily, but for the most part, I think it's the coach that has been getting the players that have really been criticized is Fisher and Alves. The rest of the players haven't really been, and obviously Haka is now into the fold as well, and the fans are going, they're not too happy about that. But I think most of the anger has been directed at the coach. I think most of the anger is, has been directed at the coach, and judging from what we have heard, as to the type of person that he is. I don't, and look, no one would like to be criticized in the manner that Tapa is being criticized. And to be fair to him, the criticism has gone overboard. Because it's one thing for say Tapa out or say Tapa incompetent or him can't do the job or etc. etc. But when you hear the level of disrespect, right, like things going outside of the realm of football that has been aimed at Tapa, it's not right. It's not right. So I really can't speak to how the players or the coach are internalizing, the criticism, but I do think that most of the criticism has gone the way of the coach. Dwayne, what's happening, man? Thanks for being on the show.
Yeah,
Good
what's
night,
going
Dwayne.
on, Formula? Good night. How you doing, man? How's everybody?
We're all right under the circumstances. Given the circumstances, we're okay.
It's not good. It's not circumstances at all. Not good circumstances at all. What kind of criticisms outside of football is tougher? What are you talking about specifically, Formula?
People have been disrespectful to him. I've seen comments on Twitter where people telling him about his mother.
Oh, God.
Telling him
Okay,
things I'm sure
okay.
he did not know about his mother.
Okay.
And that is wrong. And anybody doing
Yeah,
that watching the stream now, don't do that.
Yeah, that is disrespectful behavior, period, to anybody, not just to,
Yeah.
So that's just people that's all out. But if it comes down to the criticism of Tapa, this is where I'm at. Okay, this is an interesting thing, because I think Tapa knows he's known his downfall for a long time. He's known his weaknesses for a long time. He's seen them.
Mm-hmm.
He's heard his critics. He's seen the results. The man is sleeping in his. I don't know. I'm not in Jamaica, so it's not. It is 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock in Jamaica right now. 5 o'clock. 5:19.
5:20. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 5:20. Yeah. So he's not sleeping, but he's gonna be sleeping in his bed tonight with a result of the loss, right? And before he goes to sleep, he's gonna be reflecting, right? So he's reflecting on these games. He knows his downfalls. He cannot fix it. But yet still the man get up tomorrow, and instead of putting Jamaica first, and put himself first. You understand me? So
Big point.
He keeps putting himself first, because he could say, you know what? I am a legend. Everybody loves me. I've been gifted this job because of my legendary status. And I love Jamaica so much that I'm going to give this position to somebody else to try. Why is this man clinging on to this position? I wouldn't do it. I would know my downfall. I would say, you know what, man, I did my best. I cannot coach this team.
You would humble yourself.
I would humble myself. So when I think about that is it's a kind of this, I don't want to say disgusting, but it's a very strange mindset to want to keep putting yourself in this position. It takes a certain kind of person to want to keep doing this. And that's where I think right now, to me, I don't know, man. I grew up loving 98. I grew up loving 98 Formula. But right now, Tapa has destroyed 98 for me, and that sucks. That sucks, Formula, because I still remember the golden head. I had the golden head. I have Whitmore's performance. I have some of the performances in the qualifiers in my head, but he is ruining his legendary status to me, ruining it.
Agreed.
So that's my take. I think he deserves all of it except for the mother stuff. Yes. No, don't tell nobody about them mother and blah blah blah, out about the business. But
Yeah.
any critique, this guy deserves it. And it's not even just him, to be honest. Right now, I think I made a post, I made a comment on somebody's video, don't remember. And I said that basically I feel that the campaign is over, and I also feel that if he hasn't excused himself already now, he and management is the problem as well, because management should also see this situation, right? They should know that, hey, a coach is going to bed tonight that can't reconcile himself. He cannot be out of his own body and say, all right, I am not good enough for this job. Let me dismiss this man. So management can't dismiss him. The coach can't dismiss himself. Nobody's actioning. There's zero actions. How do you have zero action? Anyway, maybe some actions will come this weekend. What do you think? I don't know. I'm gonna drop. Maybe some
When a
actions
man
come
is
this weekend.
incapable, Dwayne, a man is just incapable. When a man can't do something, he just can't do it. It's just as simple as that.
Dwayne,
He just can't.
Dwayne, can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
The players, the squad. All right, it's almost twofold. Let me just check to test the waters. This current squad at Tapper's disposal, do you think that they were capable or are capable still of getting something like 4 points or minimum 2 points and competing effectively despite the quality or lack thereof of Tapper and his vision? And secondly, at the
so
start
you're
of this
asking me.
campaign,
So hold on, before you go to, are you asking me if they would perform better under a different coach? On point one?
Almost, but really what I'm trying to get at is, do you think how do you rate the quality of the players themselves? Because they can be arranged and sent out to perform in a certain way, but therein I'm checking out the quality of the players on show from defense to attack. What do you make of it?
Okay. All right, I can go in detail on this one. First of all, I don't know who the heck Javon Watson is. Who is that guy? I'm just joking. I know who he is, but he should not be playing. No, he should not be on the team. Mariappa, way past his prime. You know, he should be the the veteran on the team that just gets everyone else in shape. That was not our best team yesterday. Or when was it? When was the match? Yesterday, day before yesterday? I don't remember anymore. But that was not our best team. But at the same time, if the question is, would another coach get more out of his team? Absolutely.
Agreed.
We still cannot. Can I say something? How is it possible that we haven't practiced the press? How is it possible that we haven't practiced beating the press? How? For the first 15 minutes or something, at least 10 minutes of that match yesterday, we were running from the press and couldn't defeat it. Got lucky a few times, unless they would have scored.
And there were also times where America had to cool the press because you can't press like that for an entire 90. A lot of the times when we were able to progress the ball, is because the Americans had kind of backed off the press. Taylor, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I was saying that it's pretty hard to convince, especially club football players, international. 1 second. On the international break, to come out and play high intensity football for you for 90 minutes. A lot of these guys, for example, Mikel Antonio wanting to bring his physio, it tells you their body and their health is quite important to them as well, because that's their company, that's their business, that's what they earn an income from. So coming
Mm-hmm.
to play football, they you can't just press because it's not gonna like work out very well. Taxi Lawrence, I'm feeling. I hope they get that kid some backup before the next two games, because he was losing his feet the second half of the game. You can see he's tiring. I don't know how much he's probably playing a lot at
Man,
his club. Yeah,
I don't know saying these things.
yeah, but it's
Kimo,
gonna be quite
Kimo,
hectic for him.
I,
Chemo, let's have a
I,
up.
bless
I,
up,
Good day,
Kimo,
good
I,
day,
bless
I,
up,
Jamie.
I,
Good
Kimo,
day,
bless
Jamie.
up, bless up.
I'm sorry to be combative to you. What's your name again? Tim, Brian? I
JT,
don't
that's
remember.
J Taylor talking to you. JT.
Jay Taylor. I'm sorry, Jay Taylor. No disrespect at all. But let's have a serious discussion, please, because I don't know why you're saying these things. I'm a smart individual. You sound very educated as well on the topic. I don't understand why you're singling out Jamaican players as not being able to perform. I don't. You're taking a position of them not being equal players to the players that anyone else puts on the pitch. Like our players can't run.
No, I was comparing club football and international football. Certain things,
Okay.
you saw if you saw Mr. Butler even early on this afternoon, he kind of explained it in another way, where,
Okay.
as you can see, Leon Bailey at his club, he tracks back
Yeah.
with more intensity. When he comes back for the football, you can see that he comes back with a meaning that he actually wants the football. We don't see that same approach in Jamaica. It's a bit more casual. So I'm wondering sometimes players might not feel 100 about their bodies, probably carrying niggles, but they think they still want to come and represent their country. I don't think so. A lot of times you don't get that full intensity that
You
they
know what
would get
I
at their
think,
club.
Taylor?
Mhm.
You know what I think, Sir Tikoti Taylor? I think that the players are not 100% committed to going out there and giving their all for this particular coach. That's what I personally think. Go ahead, Taylor.
I think the guys want to
Here's
win, but they're just not. It's just not organized. There's no sense of direction when we go for the ball. When you see like a team like Italy, when they press you for the football, it's like a gang tackle mentality. So even if they get the football, they have a cluster of players in one location to make those.
Swarm.
People don't understand those drills you do in soccer practice or football practice. For most people, that those little short passes in the circle, those passes in the real game is to get you out of those little tight spaces. We're not going to have a lot of time. We knock it three one touch passes. So but if you don't tackle in cluster, you're never going to have enough players around the football in such a cluster. This is what France was able to do against Belgium. Look how they clustered that left hand side. Mbappe and the other two players, they constantly just stayed in that little area and they were winning the ball at half line. Jamaica always we always start from the back. If you look at it, our goalkeeper makes most of the forward passes. If you look, it's if the percentage is there. So we're building up from too deep because we're not recovering the football in the opponent's half of the field. So it's just you're always starting from zero, basically. You're not having the opponent turn the
Mm.
football over and
I,
give you
I think it's
opportunity.
even Jay Taylor. I think it's even more simple than that, my friend. I think it's even more simple than that. I think Jamaica cannot keep the football. They give the football away in the middle of the pitch and on the side and all over the pitch. They give the football away. All over the pitch, they give it away, but mostly in the middle. I think it's very simple, man, and we cannot handle the press. These. I think I really. This is why I know you're knowledgeable. You're very knowledgeable. You understand these things, but let's simplify it. They give the football away, man, and I think also because they can't when they touch the ball, they don't feel confident on the ball to take a touch there, touch there. and know where the open
But
man
but,
is.
but think
And you know
about
what
the
that is?
speculation.
Hold on. Let me
I
finish
want
one.
him. He
Let me
said
finish.
giving it away. So I want him to calculate this. If you were giving the football away, but your percentage of
Yes.
winning the football back, that would still give you an opportunity to succeed. It's that Jamaica is losing the football and not winning back possession. And I'm saying is winning possession in critical areas, turning over. Tyreek McGee turned over the ball in front of the 18 last night. The United States almost scored. It was how they pressed up on him.
Soon bring into
And,
the
and, and
convo,
and they had a strategy to lock Jamaica in. We seem to think that we need to start the bus down at the gate to drive just like the short distance. I always
Yeah.
try to I always try to use the Brentford model as just to explain to you what uh, at Brentford you can't really just think about Brentford and think about their midfielders are amazing. Like who are these guys? They're shutting down the world. Nobody knows these guys, but they do a job. Think about it. The coach makes Brentford is always playing a high back line. I'm telling you, when you don't have a great midfield, your back line has to be high, so you limit the time and space in the middle of the park and the transition to get the ball to your strikers. You can't just have your goalkeeper trying to clear the ball. You have to lose. A lot of time you hear commentators said this game is gonna be won or lost in this part of the park. It's like they know what they're talking about. Anybody who wins the battle right there wins the game. But Jamaica is constantly bringing the battle on their doorstep, like which is in front of their goal. You gotta battle the next team in their half of the field. So that's what I'm thinking. It's just too deep and it's taking too long for the build up. They just have time to jog back and guys slide into position like it's FIFA and just defend us. It's easy.
Dwayne, can I say something though, Dwayne? I personally think that one of the reasons why we cannot play out of the press is because we do not have patterns designed to evade the press.
Yes,
There's
sir.
no plan to beat
Where
the
you at? Where
press.
you at? Yeah.
So
Yes.
when people say that it's not, and to Taylor's point as well, we do not know how to press. So we cannot win the ball in dangerous positions. We cannot win the ball
Yes.
closer to America's goal. We cannot win the ball
Hold on.
right with America being caught out of position, so to speak, and caught out of shape.
I
Please let the
I have
Them.
please let people know I'm
I
not
have
actually talking. I'm talking hypothetically how I would play. Like because
I
this is not how
Yeah
we're
man, yeah
playing.
man, yeah man.
Obviously. Okay, just letting people know that.
Yeah man, yeah man, yeah man, yeah man,
I
yeah man.
I have a book in my bookshelf right now that can tell us how to beat press. This is not like, what I'm saying is you can Google how to beat the press. I have a book in my bookshelf right now that tells you how to beat the press. This is not rocket science.
Guys,
Why are
I'm
we
gonna make a move.
not practicing these
All right.
things?
Yeah man, Richard, thanks for being here, man. Anytime, man. Big up, boss.
All right,
Full,
Richard.
full
Blessings.
respect and keep up
Nice
the
to meet you,
level
Richard.
and quality of conversation. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Top notch.
All right, Richard. Blessings.
Thanks, Richard. Big up, Richard. We link, Richard. Cool. Yeah man, doing. Sorry about that. Go on, man. Continue.
Yeah, no worries. You can Google how to do these things, man.
Yeah,
Why aren't
I
why aren't we
agree.
able
I
to do
agree. It's
them
easy to
ourselves?
beat the press, but the problem is just bigger than beating the press. I understand that. That's just one part of it. Um, it's a whole quagmire that we're in as a team right now. It's ridiculous because as you said, it's not rocket science. But again, we have the expectation of a certain quality and a level from a coach who demonstrated to us that he's a manager. So technically, he didn't really explain to us like as far as what his duties are, like managing like what are you do like setting up tactical experiments? Are you running simulation in training?
Oh,
Like
but
what's
what do you
happening?
mean?
Like,
What do you
bro.
mean? What do you mean? He said he's a manager. When did that happen? He said he's a
Oh
manager,
yeah,
not a
he did.
coach.
Yeah, you didn't see the interview.
Yeah, you
He
didn't
didn't.
see the
Okay,
interview, Tapa.
okay. Hold on. Let me
Was
tell you
there?
what's been happening with me. Let me tell you what's been happening with me. After the Panama game, I took a long break. I had to take a very long break. Okay, a very long break. And I'm sorry I didn't like up on the videos and things like that. I poked in here and there, but I took a very long break.
That's understandable.
Necessary. Yeah, very necessary. But I saw
So
that he made an
European
interview.
team.
I saw that he made an interview. So in this
Mhm.
interview, he said that
In the interview, he said that he is not a coach, he is a manager.
this man needs. Oh, you're serious right now?
My friend, if you don't want to be seriously depressed, do not watch that interview. If things affected that bad, my boss, don't watch the interview.
It's best
Don't do it, brother.
to
Yeah,
sustain your,
you will.
yeah, to maintain your
Trust me.
sanity. Is best to divert from that. Don't go on that little escapade right there.
He said he does not have enough time with the players to be a coach.
Which I do agree with him. I still, you see how ridiculous that
Taylor,
sounds. No, I do
Taylor,
agree with him. I
Taylor, no, Taylor. Me not
no.
agree with that one.
This is where, and this is where it's amazing because me and you, I
So who is
agree
the
with him while me and you
coach?
disagree. So that's how beautiful life is, right?
JT,
I
J,
agree with him while we disagree on that specific
it
thing.
sounds like a
So,
beautiful
yeah.
life, JT. But who is the coach? If he's the manager, who's the coach?
No, bro, this is news to everybody. This is not like we didn't have this information like penned down. This is news to everybody, bro. It's not like we knew this was coming. So now I'm saying is like now Tapa is just like when we knew Tapa should have been fired after the Gold Cup, he wasn't. So we know like
Yeah.
we're gonna have to live with him. This is another situation where like, yeah, Tapa said that, but we have to live with him again. That's the point. So I'm always planning and seeing how we're still gonna move forward with him right now, regardless of how terrible things are.
Mm.
So it's a minute, I don't know really know more really say as far as Tapa because it's so obvious. It's like saying something that everybody knows and expect it to sound brand new. Like fire Tapa. Like, come on, guys, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. The problem is, does the GFF has the like? Do they have the balls to actually pull the trigger on this guy? Because I think
Yeah.
something could happen where if we lose these 3 games, the GFF might start crying about money and cancel the rest of the tournament. It's weird. I just have this feeling
You
that
said it already in a Taylor, and honestly, and right now, I would not be surprised if that
dude,
happened.
I hate making these bold negative predictions, but life is weird, and I say shit
Yeah.
like that. And I'm telling you, if you have a company losing 100 million on 3 games and you're only getting 1 point, the revenue is not looking very good. So you're
Yeah.
potentially gonna start thinking how to cut costs and save yourself for the future. So I think they might evaluate no points. Oh, we played 9 games, guys, we're gonna fly you in from England and go in debt some more. Just go compete for the heck of it. I don't know. There would be some discussions to be had about going forward, I think.
So
All
where
right.
do we?
Kima has
Let's
been
say
here
let's
a
say
while, and when I wrote Kima, doing 1 second. Sorry, my boss. I just want to give Kima a chance. He has been here a while, and him doing say anything. So just hold on to that point. When Kima talk, you can bring up back your point. Doing Kima, what's happening, man?
Good evening, everyone on the panel. Good evening, everyone.
Bless up, keep up, man.
good
Good
evening, good evening.
evening, good night.
Bless up, soldier.
But I
Bless up,
know,
bless up.
I know this is an international channel. All of these channels are international. 'Cause all of these contents are reaching out all across the world. You know. Sorry for being late after the on the road. And thing, but whatever time I have to jump on regardless. Yes. So
Come on,
basically,
no
I was
problem.
doing a watch along. I was doing a watch along last night with on Talawa TV, with Crystal. Watching the game, I mean, I don't see any difference. And the guys I can see that they're trying, but on the topper, it's just nothing. Just nothing because if you look at the goals, the first goal, it's identical to what was scored in the Gold Cup against Costa Rica and USA. Similar goals if you look at it. The first one, that header, three similar goals.
Hmm.
Three similar goals. So
And
it's
we
the
had
same.
similar players on the pitch as well. So you
And
see
we
the
have
you see the
similar players.
correlation. What's
And
happening?
we have similar players. And we have quality. So I think no matter the different kind of players, if we get Ivan Tony tomorrow, Mason Greenwood, I think the result would be the same. If we have a strong team, but with Tapa, I think it's different. And I can tell you, maybe if we get a different coach, it would have made the players put out more because they want to see the difference this coach can bring. I mean, first of all, Tapa can't fool anyone thinking that the players actually look up to him as a coach. He can't really, change a player. He can't bring nothing new to a player. He can't make a player improve from point A to point B right now. And it's sad days in Jamaican football. It's been sad days with Tapa at the helm. I don't, because if we're going to look at going to the Gold Cup in the final and lose, that's nothing to cheer about. When you look at Greg Berhalter, being the coach of the U.S. team. He has won the Nations League and he also has won the Gold Cup, and they're raging havoc where he's concerned if they have lost to us last night. You understand? Because we're not playing any form of football. We don't have an identity. We don't have a style of playing. Nothing at all. So
Yeah.
I think him losing to us yesterday, I'm gonna tell you, he would be out right now. He would be
I was
making
looking for that article this morning, Kim, or something that's saying Jamaica finally cuts ties with Theodore Whitmore. It's quite obvious, my friend.
and
If he
listen,
wins one game, if you win
yeah.
another game, what are you gonna just say? I'm telling you guys, the
We're,
statistics
if
shows
we
he's
won
not.
that game, if we win that game, that's the thing. If we win, which that's
Kimo, I'm
0%.
talking about the next game. I'm saying statistics
No,
shows
yes,
he's not
I'm
gonna
talking
like.
about against Canada on Sunday. If we
Yeah,
win against Canada on Sunday, that's
it's
highly
false hope
unlikely.
again. It's false hope
That's
again, though.
highly unlikely. I
It's
mean,
another
they lost
false hope.
yesterday, and I was really sad about it. But my expectation for that game wasn't high.
Yeah.
My expectation for that game wasn't high. So
Kima,
it's like, yeah,
Kima, we're
and I
not
put
beating Canada. We're not beating Canada. I can tell
I
you that.
know. I watched the Mexico game. I watched that Mexico and Canada game yesterday. I was end-to-end action.
Yeah.
Canada was they were bossing each other. So it's not like Mexico was
They were
all over.
canceling out each other.
Two quality teams playing together. But listen, the thing with Canada, I fear Canada the most because Canada is hungry and they're continuously pushing and pressing and pressing. They're Tejan Buchanan, they were running tirelessly.
Yeah. They
And
look
if it,
like
and,
a
if,
Premiership club team, man.
yes,
That's
and
what
if
they
it,
look like.
and maybe and I'm telling you, I can see the improvement with the defense because if it's maybe 10 years ago, 8 years ago, that
Mm.
Jamaica team would have gotten maybe 6-0. That's the only difference I can see. But I think it's the on and off feel thing that is bothering this team, that is causing this problem. So it's not on and off feel issue we having. You understand? There's a
Yeah.
lot to this.
But the
There's a
biggest
lot to
problem
this.
with Kimo, with all the problems facing the JFF, I still think with a coach who has a mindset where attacking football is the goal going forward, I think we would have got some results. I don't believe in going into a football game hoping your best result is a draw. You
No,
scared the hell out of me.
but look,
I
and
think
and
every football game you should go into
yeah,
to thinking, I don't care if
to
I'm
win, to
coming to
win,
in the Aztec, I'm
to
going
win.
in there to win. I'm not
That
going
that
in to
that, that
draw with you.
you need that kind of Brentford belief. I think
Yeah.
Brentford and Leeds is that kind of team. Brentford is the Leeds right now in this league because you remember last season with Leeds coming in the league fresh, they were like this Brentford team. No, I think Brentford is gonna give every single team a challenge in the league right now. But separate and apart from that, I think that look at it. Everyone in the table, and El Salvador can put up a fight against a Mexico, a US team, and they don't even have any name. Which name you're
El
looking for?
Salvador has been chopping at Mexico since that Gold Cup. That Gold Cup, El Salvador felt like Mexico escaped that game.
You
That
understand? They don't have any big name
yeah.
players out. No high profile
But
players like
Kima,
us.
that's what I was saying, Kima, earlier. I was saying that, that it's both a blessing and a curse for us. Because what is taking place is that because the quality is right throughout CONCACAF, right? What is
Yeah.
happening is that a lot of teams are drawing. So
Hmm.
no, the teams aren't really getting away, so to speak, from us. On the flip side, what that also says is that every team in CONCACAF is so good, and they're so
Yeah.
far away from us that when we buck them, we are going to see. When we buck every single one of them, we are going to serious problem.
And I said this to Crystal last night on the watch along. I said to her, Crystal, right now, we're at the bottom of the table, and everyone is gonna come at us thinking that, hey, this is a free 3 points.
Yeah,
Every single person, even the person at 7, is gonna say, hey, I have a chance that we're playing against Jamaica. It doesn't matter if we have a Mikel
we're the
Antonio.
laughing stock of CONCACAF right now,
And
Kimo.
this is it, it's easy to qualify. I'm not saying easy, but when you do your calculations with the table, you can say, listen, if we a Mexico, a US, and a Costa Rica, because they're normally the top 3 teams in CONCACAF. They can look at it and say, listen, if we can beat El Salvador twice, Panama twice, and Honduras twice, we're automatically qualified for the World Cup. You understand? Right now, it's this. If you can beat Jamaica twice, if you can beat El Salvador twice, and Costa Rica twice, as it stands right now, you automatically qualify for the World Cup. And the only reason why we can actually have hope, we still don't have fans at the National Stadium to give us that 12-man support. We have what, 8 games leave, and out of those no, what, 8? Is it 8 games we have? How many games we have leave?
10.
Okay, so we have 10 games leave. So we have 10 games leave, and out of the 10, we have 5. What, 6? We have 6 at home. That's the
6,
only
yeah,
positive
6 at home. 6 at
that's the only positive we can take from it. We have 6. So maybe we can fire Tapper from now. We can fire Tapper. I was thinking about firing. I was thinking they were gonna fire Tapper after the Gold Cup. I was thinking they're gonna fire Tapper after these first 3 games because you don't have time. You don't have time in the World Cup. You don't have time in this World Cup qualifier.
Yeah,
You don't have time. You need to fire him, set an example. The players will look into themselves. Hey, it's a new coach. It will change the
yeah,
whole mood, the whole atmosphere of this thing. A new coach will come. So there maybe. Hey, I don't think we need that high profile coach right now, but I think there's still a person out there, as Taylor said, that can actually do the job.
yeah,
Yeah. Because just as how he said that Devon Williams does the simple things. Tapa can't even do the simple things. We can find someone to do the simple things then.
Kimo,
Because
it is getting to the point, it is getting so bad, and this is how I know these JFF personnel, they know absolutely nothing about football. The mere fact that they are taking this long to get rid of Tapa, he should have been gone after the debacle against Panama.
it's so sad. It's really sad. It's
Doing,
really sad.
you are making a point, doing.
Okay, guys. So
Yeah,
here what?
I was
Thanks for having me. I got
Yeah,
to run
man.
again. Okay.
Yeah,
So
man,
respect, guys.
Kimo.
Take
Bless
care.
up, bless up, bless up, boss. Bless up. Take care, man. Yeah,
yeah,
man,
I was
doing.
gonna make the point. I was gonna make the point that what was I gonna say now? If basically if we were to lose this next match or the next few matches, right, and we were to try to resign or uh, opt out of the rest of the World Cup qualifiers, what would that really mean for the country, for the nation? How does that? What football ranking are we going to come out with that result? I don't see. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Paula. I don't think that anyone is understanding the gravity of losing these games. I know it's just a sport. I understand it's just 11 men on a pitch, doing kicking a ball around. I get it. But you know what? Somehow the world has put a lot of importance on the sport. The world has put a lot of importance on this sport. And when we made it to the World Cup in '98, we got fans from all over the world. The same way Usain Bolt has fans from every nation on the planet. Jamaica is one of these very likable countries. We can prosper very much by being successful in almost anything. But instead, we chose to be a puppet show for everybody right now. Just like you said, we are the worst right now. We're the worst in the CONCACAF. All of our neighboring countries are better than us. I don't know how you can disprove that. The talent-wise, no. Talent-wise, hell
Yeah.
no. Talent-wise, hell no. But results on the pitch, hell yes. So what happens when Jamaica, the world's darling, you can say, secret darling, how about that? The world's secret darling opts out of the rest of the World Cup qualifiers. What does that look like?
I mean, just besides the sheer embarrassment, it's just besides the sheer embarrassment that would cause the nation, the reputational damage that would cause the nation in terms of people. I mean, look, the word eludes me what we would be right now in terms of that particular circumstance that people would look at as an example, right? In terms of how our national, like in England, they examine Bury to see what went wrong with Bury, why Bury had to be removed from the English football system in England because of poor finances. That's what we would be. We would be that particular case, that case study, so to speak, of what could go wrong with a national team's, with a nation's national football team. We would
With
become
one
a
of
case study.
with one of the best strikers in England as an option for a call up.
With one of the best strikers in the world. He is right now on form one of the best strikers in world football.
For an option for a call up, yeah, crazy man. With one of the best wingers in the world for an option for a call up, two maybe if you want to say. I don't know. Kamar Roof is also a very very good player. You know, I don't want to be that case study formula. You're in a textbook for all the wrong reasons. When you have
Yeah.
so much talent. So me and you can sit here and reason like this, and yet still we have people that are known as the JFF that cannot sit down in a room and say, hey, we're in trouble. This might be one of our worst World Cup campaigns ever if we let this continue. What are we really going to do?
Doing, they're going to say that we don't have money to hire a new coach right now. That's what they're going to say. My thing is that, again, and I've said it on multiple occasions, if we do not get to the upcoming FIFA World Cup in Qatar, we are going to incur crippling debt. We need the prize money to qualify for this World Cup, and we have the players to do it. They need to roll the dice because the common sense must tell the JFF that Tapa cannot take us to Qatar. It is impossible. The man is out of his depth. He cannot do it. They need to roll the dice and try and get a. You know what? Didn't Schaefer? That's another thing too. If Schaefer, because if memory serves me right, Schaefer walked away without the JFF paying him off. I remember that. Guys, correct me in the comment section if I am wrong. I remember the JFF saying, yo, we cannot afford to pay off Schaefer. And Schaefer just saying, you know what? I'll go anyways. Tapa needs to do that if he is really loyal to this country.
But I said that in my first take. He's not. That's why I think, besides the mother cussing, I think he deserves a lot of cussing, because I don't think he has that mentality. But how much time do you have? How much time are you going to run this thing for?
Go as long as you want, boss. Go as long as you want. Do you
All
think,
right,
man?
so let's strategize on what is the cheapest option now. I want to just air this out. I want to air this out because I want to make this very, very clear for anybody watching your program to understand that we have incompetent people, so much so that they cannot sit down and strategize even a cheaper option to give a different outcome. What is the cheapest option that you think we can do right now? I have mine. Do you want me to give mine?
Well, for starters, as I said, I would sit and plead with Theodore Tapper Whitmore. You're a legend of this country. We want to move on. We cannot afford to pay you off right now. The previous head coach, he walked. Because if we were to pay out Schaefer, Lord have mercy, might as well we shut down football in the country. Might as well we shut down football in the country if we were to pay Schaefer, if we were to pay him off to get him to go. Might as well we stop playing football in the country. It was ridiculous money, right? So sit down for one and say to him, Tapper, we appreciate everything that you have done for us. You have done a lot. You came in at a difficult time, and to some extent you stabilized the ship, right? But right now, it's chaos everywhere, right? We have to move on. We want to separate right now. We need you to do what the previous coach did, who was a German, and do what's in the best interest of Jamaica's football if you really care about it. We cannot afford to pay you off, but we want you to go. We will give you the option to resign. Right? We will put out a nice, lovely statement about how much you have done for Jamaica's football and how much you mean to Jamaica's football. The next thing, what I'm saying is, you must have, like for instance, Joby, I've never said this on the program, but I'm going to say it. I've said it in private, but I've never said it publicly. You know what I found particularly interesting? Joby McAnuff, the same day of the Panama debacle, Joby McAnuff posted a picture on Instagram with his U.S.A. license. I found that very interesting. I found that very, very interesting. He coached a couple of games for Leyton Orient in England, right?
Really?
I
I
don't
didn't
think
know that. I didn't know that.
Yes, man. He was the head coach. He was a player coach and then a head coach. I'm gonna Google it while you're giving your options. I'm gonna Google it in terms of to show his record for Leyton Orient, right? There must be options like that because I think Joby cares about the country. I think you must could have stepped to a Joby and try and negotiate something fair. Given what he's, and social media and all of that, I'm sure Joby has love for country. And also, Joby is a coach right now that wants to make his name. And I think this is just totally speculation here, right? I think Joby posted that on social media. I think he posted it on social media because he's looking at Jamaica's team and saying to himself, boy, I could really make my name with this football team. There must be cheap options out there. Better options, better bargain, some good bargain deals that we could go for. Dean Gore, if memory serves me right, was getting 16,000 US a month at Suriname. We must can on an interim basis approach Dean Gore and say, boy boss, we now have 16, but we have 10, we have 12. Right, we have 10. There must be a good bargain deal out there that we can get. Must be a good bargain deal out there that we can get. Honestly, what do you think doing?
Well, I'm with you. I think that there's a lot of bargain deals out there. I think there's a huge coaching pool out there. But let's say that they don't want to do the research. Let's say they don't want to do the research. I agree with you that Joey McAnuff is definitely an option. But was that the player that just got his coaching job in the States for the MLS team? Who's that player?
No man, that is my boss that just became Austin FC's Austin Bowl in the USL. Oh god, where goalkeeper name again? Ryan Thompson. Ryan Thompson, I think his name. Yeah, for ex-goalkeeper for the national team.
Oh, I remember Ryan. No, it's another guy, man. That now is not. He just got his coach's license, or just got a coaching job in the MLS, I think.
Oh yes. Guys, big defender. What name again, guys? The comment. Me know it in the comment section. I don't know the football. What name again, man? Tyrone Marshall, I think.
There we go.
Marshall, guys.
100%. No, 100%. 100%. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Marshall. Yes,
I'm tired. I'm tired. I can't remember. But
Yeah.
So
I think it's Columbus.
So yes. Okay. So there you go. Right there. We have McAnuff, we have Marshall, and I'm sure we have Ryan Thompson. We have more. Probably one other. And you know who we have sitting right on the bench and in the room next to when after Whitmore get that talk that you just said. Whitmore get that talk. You know who's either in the same room or sitting in the next room? Mr. Paul Hall. Pass the baton to Paul Hall.
But can Paul Hall do it?
That says that he's manager and not coach.
Can he
know what? He's going to do a better job, man. He's going to do a better job than Whitmore.
Yeah, but is it practical though? That's the thing. Is it practical though, Dwayne? Is it practical in terms of
cheap.
He is head coach at Queen's Park U23s?
Cheap.
Cincinnati.
It's cheap formula. And it's right there, this familiarity.
Yeah. Now, honestly, there must be some bargain deal out there. That, as you say, you talk about the player, the coaching pool rather. You speak about the coaching pool out there. There has to be some bargain deal out there, man. Somebody that knows because right now, I think that with this bunch of players doing, all we need right now is a coach that I don't think we even need a top coach. I think we just need a decent coach. I think that's it. We just need a decent coach right now. Honestly. I think we just need a decent coach right now, guys. I don't even think we need no top notch. I think a decent coach with this particular team can do a good job. I honestly believe that, man. Honestly, I believe that, man. With this player pool that we have right now, I think a decent manager with decent knowledge of the game. I don't even think top. I don't even think a lot of experience right now is yes, we want somebody with managerial experience. Don't get me wrong, but I just think we need somebody with the basics. I think we just need somebody with the basics. Just somebody with basics. Because I think Tapa does not even have the basics right now. Just the basic fundamentals Tapa seems to be lacking. Just basic fundamentals, common sense decision making isn't there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm looking for Joby's managerial record. Oh, so he as caretaker manager of Leyton Orient, guys. He had 8 matches. He won 5 of them, drew 2 and lost 1. That's Joby McAnuff's managerial record. So it's not a lot of games. It's not a big window, to be fair. But it's not bad either. 5 victories, 2 draws, and 1 loss. Honestly, if Joby McAnuff is willing right now, I would roll the dice with Joby McAnuff. I would roll the dice with Joby McAnuff if he's willing to come on board. 5 victories. He coached 8 games as caretaker manager of Leyton Orient. 5 victories, 2 draws, 1 loss. Very small window, but given that and his higher qualifications, coaching qualifications, in terms of he has a U.S.A license, Tapa has a CONCACAF B license, and from what I understand, a lot of Tapa's B license would have come from his experience being the national coach. Because sometimes you can do that, in terms of you can skip certain things because he was national coach and he was gaining experience on the job. So that allow you to skip certain things. Honestly, I would roll the dice with McAnuff right now over Tapa. Even though it's a small window. Anybody right now, Musk can do a better job than Tapa. I'm not gonna lie. So, but the JFF is getting to the point where it's looking like the JFF. The spotlight for me is coming off Tapa and going on to the JFF, because right now it's just looking like they are incompetent. That's how it looks to me. Their refusal to swing the axe is looking like they are incompetent. Because I don't see how the JFF can look at this thing and think that Tapa can get us a victory in the next game. Why waste the next game? Relieve Tapa of his duties. Let Paul Hall manage the remaining 2 games. Let Paul Hall manage the final remaining 2 games. Give him charge of the final remaining 2 games, and then when we go on break, back to club football, you guys try and settle the issue of who is going to be the replacement.
At least show effort, Formula. At least show the effort to do something.
Because honestly, yeah man, go ahead doing.
No, I fully agree with you. Like, if they show the effort, they can start to get some good faith back from the fans. Okay, we admit to our mistake. We waited first of all, they waited 4 too many games. You can say maybe even more than that. 4 too many matches, but at least show some good faith to the fans. Don't sit in your shit. Can you curse on this? I'm sorry for the kids, but don't sit in don't sit in the stuff that comes out when you go to the toilet. Don't bother sitting in it. You understand me? So right now we're sitting in it and playing in it, and I go on like so we're not the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's weird, man. It's weird.
It's weird. It is. Because most federations, would have gotten rid of Tapa. They would not be waiting till almost half of the qualifiers done.
It's bringing up way too many conspiracy theories. We start to dislike the legend. It's weird, man. Why are they doing this thing?
You know what I will say though, doing the update Gleaner reported yesterday that according to their sources, if Tapa does not get 5 points from these 3 round of fixtures, his employers have informed him that they're going to be, parting ways.
I saw the same thing you saw. What did you think when you read that? What kind of feeling did you really have from that?
A sense of anger. Because, again...
Towards who?
Towards the JFF. Because my thing is, why are we waiting? Okay. If you know anything about football, you can see the team is clueless when we're on the pitch.
Yeah.
The quality players that we have should not be running around like headless chickens.
Mm-hmm.
But why I brought that up doing is to ask what is gonna take place. if we get a draw or a L in the game against Canada, clearly we will not be able to get 5 points from this round of fixtures, because at best, if we get a draw or we get a loss, the most we can get is 4 points. At the very least 3. Will they pull the trigger after the Canada game if he does not win it? Will that be his last game?
I'll say this: even if we win the Canada game 1-0 and it's a lucky goal because we got a penalty, does that mean that he should stay?
No.
Isn't it less about the points and more about the play on the pitch?
No, but you see, the thing is, that's why I think the Costa Rica game was not a good game, because it gave people a false sense of hope. It gave the JFF an excuse to delay the firing of Theodore Whitmore. Because if he had not gotten that result against Costa Rica, or if the team had not looked a decent unit against Costa Rica, they would have swung the axe. The problem with that is the Costa Ricans are the worst team in the octagonal, and I don't think a lot of people realize that. I would not be surprised if the JFF does not realize that, because in their head, this is Costa Rica, and they're going off profile, they're going off name, prestige. But if you watch the Costa Rican team over the last couple of years, you'd realize this is a deteriorating bunch. They are the worst team. It was either between El Salvador and Costa Rica. I personally have arrived at the conclusion it is Costa Rica, simply because of their extreme lack of mobility. They're an aging team. And I think that I would not be surprised if the JFF said, what? Tapa get this a result and the team looks so decent against big side Costa Rica. You know what? Tapa seems to be heading in it is heading in the right direction. Let us give Tapa the next round of fixtures. That was the worst thing that could have happened, honestly, man.
I don't see how. I don't see how they could have. I mean, I think you're correct, but I don't see how they could have actually really sat down and said that game was a successful game. I don't get it, because I have not seen beautiful Jamaican football in a long time. To be honest with you, when USA released the press and we were passing the ball there was a couple minutes there, man. There was a couple minutes there, Formula. And then I think it was what were the results? The result was maybe the low shot, the shot from low, the shot from McGee. Even though the shot from McGee was a result of that. What else? There was a couple results there where I was like, oh, do we have something here? And then, like you said, it was just the U.S. taking a break from the press. So we don't have nothing. We don't have nothing as a team. We can't play good football for not even 70 minutes.
But Dwayne, how can we evade the press when there is no patterns of play to play out of the press, no patterns of movement? Tapa is using improvisation to play out of the press, Play out of the press. No. Hold on, coach. You click the video on. Unmute your mic. You see the link that you click the video on? Go back on the tab. Go back on that tab and mute the video. Pause the video, coach. Because we're hearing a feedback when you come on. That's why I mute your mic. So go back on the tab where you click the link on. Or you pause it now, coach. Yeah, you pause it. Yeah, you pause it because I now hear myself again. Yeah, initially when you had come on, I was hearing myself in the background.
Oh, you're referring to me?
Yeah, man, because I think you didn't mute, you didn't pause the video.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, man, no problem.
You have to send me a list to them thing, you know.
Dwayne and I were just chopping it up. By the way, coach, it's a pleasure to have you on. But always I say, oh, Coach Karoom jump on my stream, man.
No, remember me, he did tell me, say, boy, 3 hour pay cable bill and them thing, then them cut you off. Show the whole cable. Remember you said the network, and then we'd have some whole heap of network issue all
No,
over.
man, what I was having was internet, and I'm still having it. Internet challenges.
Me too, even at my work. Even at my work, not at home. It inconsistent.
Yeah.
But me not see your face.
See me here, man. That's up, man.
Oh, you were blocked out for a little bit for me too, Formula. You were in black all the way for like, I don't know, maybe a minute or two.
Yeah.
So you're not seeing me now?
No, that's in my brethren. Evelyn.
What?
Good evening, Coach.
Who is that?
No,
Yeah.
but no, you see me, but I think you're seeing Formula in black, right? He's
in black.
Yeah, I think it's gonna free up itself soon, because I was seeing you in black too when I came back to the stream from. I don't know what it is. I don't know, but then it showed up.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the stream on my phone now, and people. I mean, they should be able to see me.
It is black. May I say my brethren?
Guys in the chat, are you seeing me? I think they're seeing me.
Now you're frozen to me, but I don't know how it looked to everybody else.
Yeah, look like my freeze. I don't know what is taking place. All right, Coach Karoom, you hearing me though?
Yeah, man, that is wonderful.
All right. Where are some of us? First of all, welcome to the channel.
Yeah, me always say want come give us. I told me, yeah, man, you're a day now. The man that making all the money. TheFormulaSports.
you see how much super chat coach get the other night? Coach I make all of the money and me I make all of the money.
Where to start? When I look at the game last night, what I take from it? You say foundation is important, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I always believe in that. You plant the seed, you ensure that the seed gradually grow by watering it. And then when you reach a stage in life, if you find that you can't go over the hump with those, you gradually tweak it little with certain individual that can make it move to a next phase. You don't just sit down and wait till 3.5 years and then you say, guess what happened? I'm going for some 27-year-old, 28-year-old, and you're not an indictment on them. Right? But you say a Ricardo Pepe, 18-year-old, you say a 20-year-old in Des, you say a 18-year-old in Musa in midfield, and you have 22-year-old, and you have two twins. You have twins on the field, the Richardson. So the name, one play center half and one play left back. Robinson, sorry. So
they're actually related?
Yeah, man, I think they're related.
I didn't know that. That's news to me. I know one is at Fulham. I don't remember where that. I think the other one is in the MLS.
Both start in MLS, and over the several months I've been listening to the different blogs before the World Cup qualifying start, before the Gold Cup start. I heard about U.S.A. players, MLS players. They are now good. They are this, they are that. That youngster named Ricardo Pepe.
Yeah.
He started in the U.S.A. You understand? From one side in Mexico, somewhere in that side, New Mexico and so forth.
New Mexico United.
Yeah, man, he's a goal machine, right? At 18 years. So good is everywhere. So is all you identify them for your particular system. That is the growth, you know. So if I go around a Rima and I see a left back that I don't have in my present crop, I have to go for him because he is doing something that is different from what I have out here. And don't just go for people because they are from X and Y and W, right? You go for people that can make the system different or better or equal, not less. So we are up against the A ball from day one because the coach, when you listen to the interview, him just shoot himself in the foot. When him say even say boy, when George asking him a question about he only have the players for 3 or 4 days, you are insulting yourself. That's why you have FIFA date for 3 years to prepare. Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. That is what it named.
Yeah.
3 years was a practice game that you prepare for. So when you reach the qualification, you already have a unit, a system, a way of playing, an identity that the crowd that is in Jamaica and the diaspora can connect to. We cannot connect to nothing here. We are only hoping and praying like we at Hope Road or Hope Zoo, Hope Valley, or Hope Experiment, or Hope Stream. I'm being honest. Let me know, follow. Are we going to play Canada at the National Stadium that we know was the office? We can write down 3 points in 1998 to 2002, so nobody can beat it because that was the last time somebody beat us at the stadium. No, I'm hoping that I can get a result. Not winning, to get a result. And that is sad because there is no connection between what is happening with the national team and the general public. Why you think sponsors are staying away? No connection. If the Jamaica team come off on bus at half a tree and walk along half a tree, nobody connect with them. Then walk past them. I can remember 98. My baller when named Walter, when we going out daring and bunting, and make me and make it up. I'm a baller and Nannyville me live. Right in the belly everything we go on in the 98 program. Excelsior and do it with all my might. And when we reach a daring and bunting, my bridging and we open the door, you say all of the tell of them formula, them frozen, not freezing up, frozen. Them can't move at the ball of that. Make Leon Bailey going on one of them stone and people see. Them I wonder if I him name Leon Bailey. No connection not there. And it's not an indictment to him or any other player. It's just the reality. That's why it name connect. We not connect. Once you not connect with the public, you're an uphill task. Uphill task. So the court have that indictment for 3.5 years to put that foundation in place. But you know what we did? We were worrying about record, keeping us in the top 50 for 2 years. How much of that keeping us in top 50 get us any contract in Europe? Tell me now, formula. Let me check the stats. Where are the local base player that is playing in England, even in a D2 or D3 or D4, or even in the non-conference then? So if you plant good seed, you're in a top 50 easily. So we don't mean an idea in a wall and a cloud. We're not ready based on how we look at the football. You have to plant proper seed from early. So when you're talking now, so boy, in meet with the technical committee and them should set up something for the under 15, the under 17, and the under 20. That should have been done from the first day you're going in from you sign that contract because you are the coach of all coach. You are the head of the stream. So you're supposed to meet with the respective coach after you get appointed for all national team and make them know that as of today, we're going to jump over the mountain and everybody going to jump over the mountain. So when me I train my national team and me come around and say the under 15, 20 man gonna come around, is jumping over the mountain we're doing too. Everybody playing the same way. That's why it identity and then gradually improve it. Maybe at the national level you tweak certain things, but you don't lose the essence of what you're doing. But you have to can know to do it. If you can't know to do it, you can't do it. That's the key, Everybody can coach, but everybody have an eye for coach. That is the fundamental of the thing, Everybody can. You can give somebody a whistle and some cone and some ball and say, kick and pass. That's not coaching, You know when the coaching start? When match day, like after the first 45 minutes finish, second 45 minutes are going to start, the US, them are going to impose themselves more. What you going to do now to slow them down? what you're going to do to impact the game. So your base where you say, oh, them start up the tempo, maybe you might say to your goalkeeper, say, yeah, it's the next 5 minutes of the second half, them are going to come in up. Me I don't want to start, see you start go down and hold all your foot like cramps I take you for kill the game certain way I try until me can say how them are adjust.
Coach, that is something that I've never seen this Jamaican team do,
Match
No in-game management,
in-game manage. That is I tell everybody, coaching is not Monday to Friday, That is preparation. Coaching is match day when you're under pressure. When you look on your bench and you look on the field and say, what if, what if, what if, what if? Because you have to say a whole heap of what if in a 8 fast in a 0.00 second of before it reach even a second, Because you're looking at what ifs. And we know football playing in minutes and seconds. First 15 minutes, last 15 minutes of our first half, first 15 minutes of the second, last 15 minutes, most time goal scored. Check out the goal them score. First 15 minutes of the second half. Concentration level start drop and so forth. People start get tired. So you start to have to think about the Americans. They are coming. They are under pressure to win this game. The coach draw this game. Him lose him job. And we all know and you work right in that. If I was coaching this team, it would be a joy because you're playing against a team that is on the edge. They are on the edge to get a result. And we just work right into them on. You have players on the bench who could impact the game. We play this is our fourth game, and we're still going to East. Try West now, man. Every time when you're making change, it must impact the game, either attacking wise or defensive wise. Right? That's why I say it's even on the Mexico game when we take off Anthony Grant. You see, if I look and I don't have that change off of the bench, me I whisper to him, me I go shout out for him, just give me a second more. Me I look for the change. When the second they finish, me I look for the next second. Just give me a second more again. I mean, now nobody will impact the game. Because you see, when him come out, you see where the goal score.
Yes.
Where he come out, where the goal score. Right?
Yes.
Peter Lee has to come out and him look like him there up a pulse. Him now go and press the ball. Him look like him there up a pulse said way. Me I tell you as it is.
No, but coach, you see where the error was made first off is that Theodore Whitmore went to Mexico with only one out and out CDM. He never have nobody who could have do a job for him off the bench.
Yeah, but remember, even that's why I'm saying to you, that's why I'm not take your formula.
Exactly.
Not taking your
But he should not have gone to Mexico with the one CDM in the first place, coach.
But after the fact you get that out there and you have what you have in front of you, I always believe that work with what you have now in front of you. This is what is in front of you. So you have to tell yourself, like, this is what you plan to do. Notice that the gentleman play 2 games. He nearly get us a point and eventually he got us a point in the last. Not only him alone, the team, but the importance of the role that he play. Right? The game that we played last night, the difference between Javon Watson and Anthony Grant is the fact that it don't allow Devon Williams to go forward because Devon Williams more interested to protect Javon Watson because he know that he don't have no mobility.
Yeah.
So we end up a play with 3 midfielder in terms of numbers, but 2 midfielder in terms of body. One are just there because of covering space, but him not doing much. So you can't go in a World Cup qualifier where you get 3.5 years to prepare. You get 3. There is no excuse. I say, coach, 2018, this coach, John Herman, get Canada. Him transform the team. El Salvador got a coach in April of this year, Hugo Perez, and him transform the team. The Panama team is a recent coach from Dutch. Him transform the team. The 2 longest coach, I think, is Tito and our coach. Right? The Costa Rican coach is a new coach. And I'm telling you, people writing them off, just look for them in the nitty-gritty. So them take time and find them way, Costa Rica. Them just grind them way through certain results. Them going to find them way right where them supposed to be. Right? Don't write them off. But we are not doing something that I can tell you, say, boy, Sunday, never get 3 points. It no good, it no give you a good speed in for tell us, guess what, we are there. This is not the office that we used to. More look like a post office we're going. I'm being real. I'm not one of those who tell you, optimist and pessimistic. I'm the realistic of life.
Reality.
Reality. You understand? The fact that if Anthony Grant come now, me can get 1 point. I'm going to cover areas that is important. We have to can change the fundamental, and then when I hear my coach interview after the game of this game, we play like him want to say we play a beautiful game. We play a beautiful game. And the whole 45 with the man, other than the Tyreek McKee shot that him take, and him never think him believe that him could have scored. That's why him never score. You understand? Nothing else not impact the game. You understand? So you have to think about it, family. I'm employ you to do a job for me for 90 minutes. After the first 45 minutes, I not see what you're doing, I take care of. You get 45 minutes to do a job. I mean, say after 45 minutes, I not see your impact with me. Why if you do? Me have people on the bench,
5 substitutions, right? Five subs.
substitutions. We play this same team. United States in Austria. You know who was man of the match for that game? You know who was man of the match and down? Andre Gray running the channel, taking the ball, holding it up. Give me it, play it off. Who set the goal for Jamalo?
Great.
Great.
So you're confused in your approach, you want to play. Because you hear people talk about long ball football and complaining about it.
I hate long ball football.
Nothing is wrong in playing long ball football, But all you play, long ball football is about playing to the channel. You create space and people go to the channel and people support the channel. Long ball football is not to just kick it up in midway and hope that somebody got it. No, you create space. People come to and people go into. And we see it at international football, we see it at Premier League, La Liga, even La Liga, Serie A. You have to know how to run the channel. That's why them say this type of forward is best, running the channel. That is what Andre Gray do well, He know how to run the channel. And I'm telling you, the American, them feel good for know, say, this man was a handful against you in Austria and now play. Who was our outlet in the game? In this game that we play? Jamal Nicholson, that in back is not good to goal. Jamal Lowe is not bad. His back not good to go. Bobby Reed. So I'm saying you're playing 3 players that are similar. And you start with them, but after 45 minutes, you must say to yourself, guess what? I can't take off Shaman Nichols because everywhere I'm going to ball for line. So he must go back on the field. You know what? We need to get Andre Graham on the field because we need an outlet. So we can switch to 4-5-1 now. So I'm going to bring him there and then even that, bring with him somewhere close to him. Nicholson because the ball for line. Make some adjustment, tweak the thing. Right?
Why don't you think we should play more of a flat 4-4-2 or some more of a flat formation?
The question is
everybody's running up the pitch too much. That shouldn't be running up the pitch.
Yeah, but I say it's based on how the game is playing. You're playing a team that is playing 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1. You know that automatically they're going to have superiority in the middle of the park. So even if you choose to play a 4-4-2, you must have to tell your center forward, one of them, they must have to drop to add numbers in midfield. It's a numbers game. Once you get out numbers in the middle of the park, you do. Worse if you don't have superior quality. So if you have 2 superior quality players who can dominate the middle of the park with 3, you could try that, but we don't have that. So automatically, if you play a 4-4-2 with Javon Watson, with Speedy, you're going to burn. You left yourself exposed more, right? So it's a gamble, but at the same time, try things. Look at what you have. You have center forward. The strongest part of our team in the game yesterday was our attacking trust. And every time you're making a change, one of our first change is Japanese. You tell me where on the field Japanese impact the game. if it's a contract, I'm look for him get for go to Europe.
I thought he was the best substitute, though, to be fair to the player.
In respect to what? How him impact the game?
Who
I
were
want you
the
to tell me
substitutions, Formula?
how him impact the game. When you
Who were the
impact in a game,
substitutions?
Substitutions were Flemmer, Roof,
And
Brown,
Flemings.
and Flemings was poor.
Flemings was not poor. That is worse than poor. Don't disrespect poor like that.
yeah, that's what I'm saying to you,
Don't disrespect poor
Formula,
like that.
it's not about I'm criticizing players, I'm criticizing what happened on the field. What happened on the field? Remember, the US were dominating the game, so we are giving up space in behind. Any of those players that come on the field can impact the game in behind more than Andre
No,
Gray.
I don't think the changes Whitmore made were to stop the US attack. I think they were more for us getting back into the game.
But in what essence?
No, because if we were to say we are going to drop back and play defensive, we would basically allow the US to just keep the possession of the ball in their half and kill the game.
Yeah, but in all due respect, but in the game when you watch, we're automatically dropping back.
No, we were no. I was just making the point pertaining to what you said, pertaining to the changes as to why you never make a change or could have impact the defense. But I'm saying that it wouldn't make sense to make a change to strengthen the defense when it was the offense that was lacking. Well, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
The whole thing was dysfunctional, though, Shabba.
The entire thing. Formula, Mr. Media, watch match today,
Yeah.
I'm end up turn on the game and I start play FIFA.
Yeah,
So,
but what I'm saying, a Formula, in respected, the team is there. Use person that attribute in best.
no, but he never had anybody. He never had anyone. He never carried none.
No, but you have. I'm saying you have Andre Gray as a center forward. He's the only out and out striker in the team.
Whitmore, all right. I don't know if you realize, but Whitmore doesn't seem to be fun. Whitmore doesn't seem fond of Andre Gray. And I remember, he never called Andre Gray initially for the Gold Cup.
Yeah, but that is the next issue I'm having. We are having a national team. I don't know what is the criteria for a national team, A national team criteria should be the best of the best, and players that you're going to use immediately,
Too many clubs have says in the national team for us to have the best players, because that's what they said.
Yeah, but
No.
But I want before
I am not agreeing with it. I am just saying.
Before you got there,
the reality.
It was stated out of the horse's mouth.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you,
the national team is used to help the Jamaican clubs sell their players overseas.
So those players are on a shelf.
Oh, you mean Jamaican clubs? Okay, I understand.
Jamaican clubs. Yeah, Jamaican club. That's what it's for. Hence why certain persons. How many?
So those players that they want to sell, they are on a shelf.
I mean, one of them are gonna play.
No, what
Sunday
yeah, but so, if I'm looking at a player and I'm assessing attributes and that can contribute to the team, I carry this player to Austria. Him play in the U.S.A. game. Him give a good account of himself. We went to and play Serbia, and him score a goal from an acute angle as him first national goal, right? And him second start. That speaks volume,
I am saying, no. I am a baller, Me want to see the team win. I am just trying to let you understand what the national team seems to be about.
Yeah, but we already know about what I'm saying presently. No, we'll get past that phase. I'm saying based on criteria. There are criteria why you do what you do, So if you're not using a criteria, and as you said before, it's because of this club, that club situation. So the sense why it don't make no sense we have any hope then, because we know that most time is heading the wrong direction.
Well, and where you say we,
Me nah no hope. Formula know that long time.
Yeah, but
So,
as a Jamaican, you're always going to your country is your country. For me personally, but I'm saying it don't stop you from saying that this what is happening is not
no,
going.
remember, I watched the game, so I had interest.
Yeah,
But I just know that we're not qualifying for the World Cup with Whitmore as the coach, with the current administration. I know that for a fact because the man come out and say it. Won't expect for happen. I know we say it, a representative from the JFF came out and said something. Won't expect.
What did they say? What did he say? What are we talking
Basically,
about?
the individual stated that it was of more importance to him personally to see young players being exported than for us to qualify for a World
For the
Cup.
World Cup, basically.
yeah,
Does said player have an interest in
yeah,
that player getting exported? Does he receive a kickback in some way? Can that be tied in?
Yeah,
This
cause if
corruption?
yeah, but that statement is not true neither. That statement is not true
What
because
statement, coach?
the statement in terms of bringing through young players. I mean, I've seen a young player come through. Ain't no ramp with me,
no, but what I
Tell
am
me,
just saying
Pamela,
is that
you see the young players them coming through?
um,
It's because of your program and several other program why we can at least glimpse Maggie, We have
all
goal,
right. To
we
be
have goal,
honest,
we have goal cup where we
young
can
players
try.
have been exposed. It's just that the step that the clubs out here seems to want the players to make, it seems as if any club overseas take them is a plus for them. Them no matter if the league is not a development league for the players, so the players are going to improve. Them just want to get the foreign currency, which is going to make their pockets fatter.
Yeah, that mean we're formula.
Exactly. So you
Formula
see
with
you see that
formula,
same emotion the way you just show a while ago.
formula which club you're carrying at the Premier League.
I personally don't have a club. I am a fan of any club that has a Jamaican.
You have to find one, because right now, the Jamaica thing I gotta get diluted because
No man, me always upon the Jamaican bandwagon. It's stressful, but you not jump up.
no man,
Yeah,
we're
we're
not
not
mean
jump
in
up.
terms because based on they're putting a big cloud over all of us face because the impression that we having is that we're trying our best to try to reach at this stage. It might not happen, but we're going to give everything possible to reach that phase. So if it don't reach, we can go back and do a report and then we say, guess what? I'm going forward for 2026. We may need to start little earlier, and maybe we need to start to do this. But just to say, guess what? It is interest of certain clubs that we need to get these players contract.
Yeah. All right. Another evidence, and this is something where this was really commendable on the US. The last World Cup that played, US never qualified. Do you know that there is nobody from that administration who is still on the US administration right now?
Good point.
Yeah,
The US cleaned house. I think Pulisic is the only player, not just player, player, administration, president, everything. Pulisic is probably the only person who is still from that time. Jamaica qualifier from a World Cup from when? 98?
And are basically the same people over the years.
It took the death of someone for the president to change. It just goes to show the clubs, because if I am a club and I had the country's best interest at my heart, and me see something happen how much years and nothing no change. Remember, what clubs them not even can qualify for the CONCACAF Champions League. Think about that. So CONCACAF have a Champions League.
Yeah, man.
Our clubs them cannot qualify for it. We can't even win a Caribbean Cup.
But you have a next one in CONCACAF Cup or something like that.
Yeah, that are the Europa League. That are the Europa League. Me not
But,
as I
but,
may say,
even,
you say
but
if
even at
we
the
are going to
time,
decide,
I even
you say if you
close
say
to
if
go
we
Waterhouse.
you say if we are going to accept mediocrity, then fine by Uno. I want to see Jamaica on top of everything. Me no want to see Jamaica go and just accept. That's not me. A city me carry. Me carry city, city on my side. So me expect for always a challenge for things.
You remember me and you have a discussion, family, about nearly about 3 months ago when I sent you an article.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to you, I want you to go back and read back that article. Very important, creating our own identity. You understand? We have attribute that we have out here that is our strength. We have attribute that we need to look at that we can use to incorporate what we can do best. You understand? It's not going to work overnight, it's not going to work a week, but if you continue to do it over a period of time and do repetition, 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 it will get better. We have 12 parish and we can implement, and that's why you have the federation. That's why as a national coach, your role is not just to just say meet with this team. You implement, because at the end of the day you want to leave a legacy in terms of something that can grow. You understand? We are not doing anything that is growing. You understand? We are just waiting every 3 years. From 98, every 3 years, we are waiting until 2.5 years. We start talk about all these players that can come from X place and Y place to come. We need them, but all you need them is important. It's important, no. We need them enough, but all you need them is important, right? You look
But
at what you have and then you tweak where you need this. That's why 98, when Rene Simons went for players, he could go for a wholesale change of players. He went for critical areas. Critical areas where he know that these can come over to the next ump.
coach, can I ask you a
Simmons was
question?
a very good coach.
Coach, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
Do you think that this is the most talented talent pool that Jamaica has ever chosen from? Yes or no for this campaign?
In terms of players that have been playing in high level clubs, in previous, most of the players are coming from either championship or league one. Yes, that way you just asked me weekend. I make sure find the game them that our players were playing, and I was sitting there watching them family, and I said to myself, say much as me they wrote 98 and watch my team would qualify. These players that I say are more exposed to high level football than the 98 team. So we should at least try get them to a level. We should be doing much, much better, because these players have been exposed to a lot of football, a lot of system of play, a lot of understanding of the game. Honestly, I was watching a championship game between Reading, right, and Saturday with Leon Moore, and I just sit down and Chelsea and the other Premier League team, and me watch, come here and say, I watch my player play. And I said to myself, so this baller is a good baller. The man I play with him sleep, with him crisp and him heart and everything. Me see my diving at some ball. We have quality players out there, but if you're not putting them in something that to get the best attribute from, we're going to have
So,
problems.
so with that said, coach, you said yes to that question. You
Yeah,
said this
man.
is probably the most talented talent pool that
The
we've had to
most
choose from,
the most
right?
talent pool and the most
Yeah,
exposed pool
right. To
in terms
football,
of,
yeah,
yeah.
high level football, yeah. So doesn't this make us our doesn't this make that or this our greatest failure? Isn't this Jamaica's greatest failure currently happening right now?
It
Yeah,
is.
that's why people upset. That's why persons are mainly upset.
It is, but it don't only come down to the coach, It come down to how the federation approach everything, because
Hold on, hold on, there, guys. I know this is also something with the formula. I don't know if anyone of you guys actually saw Andre Blake's IG live this morning.
No,
No.
I didn't. I saw Alvis Powell's IG live.
Yeah, I Alves Powell. I mean Andre Alves Powell. You saw it.
Yeah, I saw it. It's actually somebody screen recorded and send
It
it to me.
should.
Now.
Cause I
What
texted,
was
I
it?
messaged you, I messaged you this morning. I don't know if I saw it on IG formula.
And
I
me not see,
messaged,
me not see
yeah, I
that.
messaged as
What
soon
is
as he went live.
what is
Yeah.
important about it?
Trust me, like,
What is it?
trust me.
Honestly, me never even, me just
All right,
message, me just see
all
message.
right. Alvis Powell gave everybody a hint pertaining
Yep.
to some of the players not wanting to come.
Yeah.
You
What
see,
do you
we
mean?
are talking about. You see, when we are talking about commitment, it have nothing to do with commitment. It
What do
has
you
Them are
mean?
nothing.
challenging circumstances
The
to play.
challenging turns. And family, remember, I always I say to you, say like when we are
Coach,
gonna
you
play
can
a
send your
match, right?
video, coach, here.
Eh?
Now,
You can send your video.
when we are playing a match, why does some persons have to go there? If we are financially stricken,
Yep.
why are we wasting plane tickets on some persons who don't need to be there?
Like who? What do you? I'm still confused. Can you guys
All
just
right, all
explain
right.
something to me,
In
please?
a federation,
Yeah.
who do you think is not needed in an
What,
away trip to a game
what the
from a football
delegation?
federation? Not
Management,
not
This,
that.
what Chavan is referring to
office
is
people.
the what you call them, what's the word? The word
The
eludes me
senior
right
the
now.
senior heads.
The word
Yes.
eludes me right now. But basically the individuals are in the hierarchy. The word eludes
Yes.
All
me.
right. What happened was the team, they were scheduled to leave their hotel this morning from probably about 6 a.m., right?
Yes.
They left late at 6:45. They said it was a 3-hour drive to the airport, which them say is foolish, is because there was an airport in the city in which they were already are, but they had to drive to another city. So halfway along that journey, they got a phone call that they have to turn back to go and pick up the president of the JFF from the hotel.
No, me I go home. Me I go home.
Why? Why was he there?
That's what I'm gonna ask you. Who do you think is not needed at that him
Yeah,
no need for that? Why him there?
but the question.
But hold on no. Antonio ticket was already there no. And Antonio asked for a physiotherapist. Him own a physiotherapist. But them say them cannot afford that. So the plane ticket where the president get, I know so the president him not flying na economy class. Him a go flying at the best seat. Why them could use film plane ticket play for Antonio a physio seat?
So Antonio wasn't there because they couldn't pay for a physiotherapist. That's what the deal was.
No, Antonio said they go pay for him on a physiotherapist. And the JFF said no.
Yeah, apparently they are basically saying that there was some last minute logistical challenges where that is concerned. That's their excuse.
Yep, because he would have to give them notification for like quarantine and support, something like that. But
It's not
This
it's
is
not quarantine.
this
yeah,
is
but
this is
the question still we are in 2021, and it seems like these people that is involved with football it just come like them just
They're dinosaurs. They're not used to nothing modern.
yeah, because you're leaving to go for 3.5 hour ride to go to an airport, and you have to turn back.
And the thing about it, what they were more upset about, they said this traffic that they were looking while they were going back for the president. The traffic that they were saying that they would have to go through to go back to the airport.
Yeah.
The man they must say basically we're gonna get up and get the way they must say it is like there's not enough seat, So when the senior come on, somebody have to give up them seat. So what kind of slackness? And then the players themselves are called something a party shop. You remember that famous phrase? How kind of party shop you think we are run? The players them in the bus get up and say, yo, not name man, no, me never hear low name. It was Alvis Powell. Alvis Powell, he never play good enough. But all him say, yo, all them do cause we forget cussing. And them now tell everybody what really are happen, what we are go through every time we have to play a match.
Yeah, but
so the man them not get paid for the Gold Cup all no.
Yeah, but the question I want to ask, with Low being out coming Sunday, who is the replacement?
Jama Etopi,
Okay,
who plays for Cavaliers FC.
okay.
Jamal Lowe is out. Oh,
Yeah,
Dame.
Low got a second yellow card
The
because of
card.
carelessness. So a card accumulation. He
I turned.
unfortunately.
I'm gonna be very honest with you. I turned off the match not very long after the second goal. Not very long after the second
He
goal.
got it in the first half. He got
And
it
the
in the
first
first
half,
No,
you get
half.
it, man.
no,
Yeah, man,
but not.
it's not a red
Oh,
card
oh,
he's getting
okay. It
up.
was not
This
a
the
red
yellow
card.
card that he got.
Okay,
The yellow card
okay.
that he got. Remember when he got frustrated and wasn't tracking the movement of the player
Yeah.
and
I saw that
lost
one.
the
I saw
player
that
and
one.
then
Yeah,
reacted by going in. He
yeah. I
got a
saw that one.
second yellow card. That second yellow card means that he cannot play. So it's a second yellow card in the CONCACAF tournament,
Yeah. But
octagonal.
he did get ball before the foot.
He did get what?
He
Yeah,
got the
actually, you know,
ball.
some actually get the
No,
ball before the foot, though.
he did not deserve the yellow card, you know. It was unfair. He did not deserve the yellow card because it was all ball. But he did get the yellow card. And so unfortunately he won't be able to play the next game. So
Suit up.
up next is Jamai Topi.
That is our next thing to Formula. Them thing there.
One second, Jama, 1 second. 1 second. So when Alvas is going up, Jamai Topi is going to have to provide the coverage against Alfonso Davis and
Alfonso Davis.
Merciful Father.
Yo, you don't need to call nobody else's name, you know.
But I'm saying, no disrespect to Topi and so forth, but I will play Alvas Powell as center half, or I could do one better. I could play him at right back and play Javian Brown at center half.
No, man, we need somebody with sense at right back. I swear to God. All of us I get on top of my nerve.
Yeah, but we are in a crisis proportion right now.
Alvas is not a
I'm
right
matter of fact, hold on, what me I say? Hold on there. Has Whitmore gotten fired? Has Whitmore gotten fired?
No, he has not.
So what me I talk about? We lose automatically when I qualify when I worry about.
But coach, again, it boils back down to just simple basics of coaching, right? Select a team with good balance. In case he must see a loaded dep on a yellow card coming into this game. Select
how you know say how Formula? Oh, this is how I'm gonna disagree with you. Of everything that Whitmore has said in the media, do you think Whitmore actually carefully thinks about what he does?
He should.
Do you think it was smart to go out and call out a player who who you should know has a very loose mouth? In mouth though, and in very strong. Do you think it is smart to call out that individual?
And here's the thing though. You see the thing with that whole situation now, Tapa handled it wrong. And I think one of the reasons why Tapa handled it wrong is because of Who's that? Oh, a coach, Coach Karum. Yeah, man, he mute him, Mike. Yeah, man. One of the things why I think that Coach Tapa handled that whole thing wrong was because of his own insecurities. And he knows of the reputation of a Ravel Morrison. And whether it's true or not, he has heard about the reputation. And I think that he did not deal with the situation in the manner in which he should have dealt with it, because he knows of it. He is insecure about his own position, and he is probably running through the back of his mind that it's going to be difficult for him to garner the respect of these respective individuals who are used to higher level coaching.
Yeah, but I differ a bit, because Formula is, if you don't stand for nothing, you will accept anything, you know. You understand? And my thing is simple, is, you know, you're the coach of the national team. I'm not interested if you are getting 600,000 a week, you know.
Mm.
What I'm interested in, whatever I implement, that is what the team going to do. You
Mm.
understand? As long as I know what I'm doing and what I'm doing is what is supposed to be done, and I stick by that. I'm not interested in what you get weekly. I'm interested in that when you go on the field, you are doing what Jamaica needs to be done. That is my interest. You understand? And if you're not doing that, I'm going to take you off and I get somebody else to do that because the team is more important than the individual. So if you're not putting that foundation down as the coach, you're not leading from the front from day one.
Mm-hmm. No,
So,
but you see
coach,
the thing is,
Karumi.
coach,
one,
can
one
we,
second,
can we,
one second,
all right,
one second, Dwayne. One
all right.
second. I'm gonna make Dwayne go and then I'm gonna make Mr. Porter go.
Yeah, I'm not here for long. I'm here for about 2 minutes, because
All
I'm
right,
going to a training session.
all right.
But
So I'm gonna make
I
you
want to
go.
speak to Karumi.
Mm-hmm.
Can
Yeah,
I
man.
go?
Yeah, man. Got
Yeah,
you.
go ahead,
Got
go
you.
ahead.
Karumi, looking back at the game last night, what do you think about Aka's game last night?
As I was said before, it will be limited because of the fact that not been playing at the international level for a while. It limit Devon Williams' games a lot because he'd have to play, he more than playing and protect Watson more than trying to go with Maggie to join the attack, link play to Maggie. You understand? So we end up playing with two sitting all in midfielder more than one. So it
Okay, all right. Let me interject here, and you're absolutely right. Um, as a coach, as a coach, when I look back at the game last night, halftime we go inside halftime at 0-0. Favor result to Jamaica. Aka play 45 minutes. You come back out with Aka. Aka wasn't running. Aka was strolling around the park. Aka has been soldier around for Jamaica for over the years, not taking nothing away from Aka.
no.
Love the baller. You understand me? I say we shouldn't take him out of retirement to come embarrass himself. And listen to this again. As a coach, tactically, where is your headspace? Now you went 49 minutes, 1-0 down. Can't you look at the game and say, okay, I'm 1-0 down, I'm in the Lions' den. What am I going to achieve out of this game?
You need an outlet.
Yeah, you went 2-0 down and you still a play with the two defensive midfielder. Low already get a yellow card. He's going to miss the next game, regardless of the fact. You have a young central defender on the bench. He might not be what we're looking at, but is what is there now. We don't have anybody else. Couldn't he says, okay, I am going to pull a rabbit out the hat. And I'm gonna wave a magic wand. I'm gonna make a change. I'm gonna pull Aka out. I'm gonna drop low inside the midfield to add some steel
Jesus Christ.
so he
Thank
can
you,
tackle.
Jesus.
You understand? So he can tackle, win some ball, bring on the little youth. What I mean, him a 6'6" in the back line. Him can't do no worse than nobody. Him can't do worse than what Aka was doing on the field. Keep Tyreek Maggie and drift him out to the left side. This is tactical changes, you know. You have a striker as Andre Gray on the bench. Change your formation to 4-1-3-2. Make Low sit in front of the back four. Put Speedy in at the middle in his spine. Make Speedy do the creative. You understand
I
what I'm
make
saying?
Damian do the dirty work in
Occasionally,
the midfield.
yes, occasionally you switch him and Tyreek McGee outside. Make Tyreek McGee come inside and see what we can get out of the game. I think the coach blunder tactically. Simple as that.
All right, Richard, this is
It's
where I'm going to
football.
disagree
I
with
am a
you.
coach. You understand? I'm saying I'm a coach, and this is what you tinker with the game. Claude Claudius Ranieri. That's why they call him the thinker man. You can't get not. You can't defend 2-0. You cannot defend 2-0 going into what 70th minute. You can't defend 2-0.
Yeah, you have to start take chance. You have to gamble now.
Yeah.
You understand? Even at 1-0, you have to
Even at
gamble.
one, because you're in the United States of America, your hand in the lion mouth, you have to take time dry it out. So you have to say, okay, you know what? I not think I'm gonna get nothing out of this game. Let's see what we can do. We could throw everything at it. We might can get a goal and it come back to a 1-1.
Yeah, give yourself a chance. That's what I'm saying.
Give yourself a chance.
When you make change like ease, you have to. It's not. You have to impact the game.
That was puzzling.
Listen.
The first change should, as I say, if you're not making that defensive change and putting low in midfield, there is no way Andre Gray enough to dip on the field.
There's no way.
We play Austria and we're playing Austria against the United States. I mean, no coming into this game tactically, they do them homework in learn to run the channel. He's the best player keeping the ball and getting people in.
All right. I'm going to ask another question before I go. I'm going to ask a question before I go because
but I want
you
to answer. I wanted to answer one question before you go as well because this is a
very
important question.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you think that this coach listens to any? Look, he's a self-proclaimed not a coach. I've learned today. But do you think that this coach has listened to any of his staffers during any of these matches? Because
that is the biggest question because
because from what I'm seeing, I don't think so.
I can remember. That's why I watch these things in Formula. I watch all of them, I watch all of them. I watch Formula Sport. I am sure. Military Kuna, Coaches Dex, reggae commentary, and the big excitement was Paul was coming, the savior from England, coming and him supposed to connect between the local and the overseas. Right? Tell me if I'm wrong. Remember, I type all of your stuff, You understand? And me sit down and me say, be careful. We need to be careful because I report on your even program after the Gold Cup and say you can go back and go check it. And I said to you, the most important person in this group right now is Paul for the Gold Cup. He should have done a report based on his independency because he was the newest of the group in the Gold Cup and give a report to the technical committee based on what him say and what need to improve going forward into the World Cup qualification. Because he was a new person like a player because he were not there.
And Karumi, here's my question before I go. I would like to know what is going on with Michael Hector.
There have been stories about that.
You understand? Because guess what?
Can I speak on that a little
bit?
Hold
on, before you go, guess what? Hector had been a loyal servant. He come to Jamaica. Winifred Schaefer take Hector and start playing at a CDM. I looked at the coach and said, Hector is not a CDM. He's a central defender. You are only going to hurt his game. Mexico game, the Mexico final was the telling point. He did it and it hurt Hector twice. And they continue to play Hector in the same position. No. He went to the Gold Cup. He didn't have an awful Gold Cup. Okay? I think he has a good enough Gold Cup. We are 5 match into qualifiers. We played 3 match already, 4 match already, and we are the 5th match on Sunday. 6 match on next week. Michael Hector is not in the Jamaican squad. What are you sending? What information are you sending? Are you telling the Jamaican fans that you're done with Michael Hector? if
Hold on
in
there.
the first 6 game and he's not involved in there, and we're
Agreed.
depleted.
In the
Pinnock
back.
get
Coach.
injured, Moore get injured. We are depleted at central defense, and
Yeah.
he's not in the squad. So what's going on?
Coach,
Yeah.
I think there is something. There is some. Yeah, there is something
Shaban.
where formula saying.
One second, Shaban. 1 second. Mega allow you for go. But allegedly, Michael Hector had some issues with some teammates. From what I understand, allegedly it is not good. In terms of there was a serious disagreement.
It's
Was there a
your
fight?
teammate. Listen, it is your teammate. A bunch of me not call them boys, men are together.
That is a natural.
People heads gonna clash. People gonna clash. People gonna disagree.
This is where the coach come in.
There is no reason why coach management can't iron those things out. You're gonna have problem. Jimmy Adams and Lara coming from South Africa. You understand? And bust up on the aeroplane. One get caught. It fixed. West Indies Cricket Board fix it.
There was actually.
I want to say
there was actually a tweet. I think it was a tweet that on social media.
Put it this way.
Them threatening him.
Made reference to what happened.
Who?
Them threatening him
to shoot him. That is not what.
Yeah, some player threatening him for shooting. That's allegedly.
Okay, allegedly. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. It is out in the public that a player threatened to hurt him. Do you understand the implication of that?
Serious.
If are you willing, are you that stupid as a player to threaten your teammate and anything happen to him, what's gonna happen to you next?
Yeah, but
you understand
remember say Jamaicans, Richard, we need for remember say we as Jamaicans have this thing where we love to use the badness thing as advantage because we think because most Jamaicans, if you think about it, most Jamaicans people don't think before they act.
Yeah, but at the same time, what will happen to that person? That person
was not
thrown away for life.
And that person is not thinking about that. Probably the heat of the moment, them just say so. But I say it's only allegedly.
That you're gonna end your life, your career, everything.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, in respect to that, it have been, as I say, alleged. So if it have been alleged, it should have been dealt with by the respective person that is in charge. But what I want to say to another group, I am at work, I know this time of this and time. Formula, you will see me again, and give thanks for the time you give me and your co-host them and so forth. But we have a lot of work to be done. And as I said to you before, I want you to go back home and read back that article again.
Will do.
Yeah, man, because it's a life, simply enough. I tell Minzy on this program that coaching is not hard. It's the easiest thing to do, but the result is the hardest part. Remember that. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Karim, we'll talk next time.
Coming on again,
gentlemen. I gotta run to have a training session. So,
Coach Porter, bless you.
Man.
Thanks for being here again, man.
All right, no problem. Man.
Take care, boss.
All right, good.
Yeah, man.
Formula. So I don't know if you saw I am sure sports Martin's one stream earlier today with Mr.
I was on it. Yeah, man.
I was at work,
Later on in it, I jumped on.
I was at work, but I was conducting interviews, so I had to jump off for a bit. I was remember yesterday everybody there said something about them want the coach for me, and I would say just leave Mr. Butler alone because him say I'm not interested.
Mm-hmm.
When him say earlier today say he would take up the mantle.
Yeah.
Nah, like, I start singing.
I think I had previously said that I would not be in favor of Mr. Butler being in the administrative part of it, right? Here's the thing. It is hard for me to sit here and say, here's my issue. Do I think that Craig Butler could do a better job than Theodore Tapper Whitmore? Absolutely. No doubt about it. The issue that I am having is that I personally will not use my platform to support that. Reason being, Coach Butler has an academy / club.
Yeah.
That is a conflict of
interest.
I personally am not going to publicly support that. But would he do a better job than Tapper by far? Absolutely.
Formula, you would do a better job than Whitmore right now.
Would I do about that? But then,
No,
that's
Formula,
the thing.
Formula, Whitmore have no. You realize that the man have no style of play. It's either him don't have a style of play or the players him not listen to him.
Honestly, I think what we're witnessing right now is one of the most selfish. We're seeing one of the most selfish people on the planet with so much ego.
That is the problem.
It's not just about style of play; it's his ego. He puts himself first. It's all about Tapper Whitmore right now. I think we're seeing what Tapper Whitmore really is about. That's the thing. And if he continues to try to keep on keeping on, he's just going to keep burying himself. But what we're witnessing right now is epic. It's very epic. He's showing his full colors.
Yeah.
I don't really think that even concern him.
Yeah. All right. So guys, we have gone over 4 hours now. It's been a long one.
Yeah,
right.
Thank you so much, Formula. I really
man, doing no problem on anytime.
Thanks again, Formula.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, really the only show me really call. Cause honestly, I rate the maturity of this show. Not that the other shows are not mature, but sometimes I can't take the back and forth. So feel calm on the show here. So 2026.
Yes, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. But hold on. Who is the talents?
Just me talent there, man.
How old is Bailey in 2020?
Bailey is 20.
Yeah, man.
You know.
Bailey have a World Cup. Bailey have a next World Cup.
Bailey have probably a World Cup or 2 left in him.
All right.
But we will get to this one once we get rid of. Respectfully, once we part ways with the game.
All right, Formula. You know what's going to be the problem? It's going to be too late.
Yeah.
Because there's 10 games left, 30 points. We'll have more home games left than away games. If something were to magically happen and the gates of stadium were opened on Sunday, I could see something happening. But again, we'll have a setup. That was a Jamaica problem that just start from the federation. It start above the federation as well. So we're not getting to that.
Float. Never Bell does not want it. Never Bell does not like to fly.
Yeah, that want to fly.
The coaching for the national team. All right, so guys,
all right.
That's our 2 cents. Yeah, man. Take care, doing.
All right.
All right,
take care, boss. I forget what's your name again?
Shavan.
All right, take care, Shavan.
Yeah, same to you doing.
Yeah, man. So guys, that's our 2 cents here. We're looking at the national team play, and the national team seems to be confused. They don't know what to do in defensive transition. They don't know what to do in offensive transition. Defensively, offensively, the team just looks clueless, right? And Mr. Butler spoke about it earlier on I Am Sure Sports. The team is seriously lacking a system. No roles, no functions, no patterns of play, no patterns of movement. The thing is just all over the place. I personally am an advocate. Right now, #Tapper out. With the greatest of respect to Theodore Tapper Whitmore, is a legend of our football. but I agree, I've been saying it for a while. He's out of his depth, right? So, guys, that's our 2 cents. Thanks to all the panelists for coming on. You know, Siobhan is here. You know, many other panelists were on as well. Too many to name, but thanks, guys, for being here. Thanks to the viewers. Thanks to the commenters as well. Much appreciated. Your support, as always, is much appreciated. Smash the like button on your way out as well, guys. So take care again, and until next time. And by the way, Coach's Desk is coming on
I think it's on already, man.
on already. So guys,
Yeah.
jump over to Coach's Desk, show Coach some love and some respect. I also dropped, I am sure, Andre Anyweather's links to their YouTube channel in the comment section as well. You guys can click on those and go subscribe to those. Very, 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 very good channels. If it were not so, I would not have told you. So guys, take care, stay safe, and until next time.